Dr. Kraus, we may have to get you to close those blinds again.
Too bright?
I can see the light behind you, but I can't see your face.
That's called an aura. That's not a light. How's that? Let me turn on something else here. I tried last night to go to another room, but I couldn't get the Wi-Fi. It might be better this morning, but
I think the issue is we need light in front of you, not behind you.
I know.
It gets so bright in here that it does the same thing to me a lot of days. That's if I face the windows, you can see me. If I face my computers, my other computers, you can't see anything. There you go.
That's much better, isn't it?
Yeah, I can see you a lot better there. Now you just got to move your whole desk.
Got to think about this. I'll work on it. I'll get better. I'll be the dark guy in the corner of the bar.
Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Doing good. How about you?
That's great. Good to see you all.
Good morning.
Morning.
Everybody gets on, Dr. Newsom. I've got just one quick thing we need to discuss. It'll take all of 2 minutes before we get started.
Yep.
I don't know if everyone saw, but our HVAC bandit was arrested, it sounds like, yesterday.
Oh, good.
Oh, that's good news.
Oh, good.
We had that going in that was going in the background during the meetings yesterday afternoon. It sounds like he went into a very historic pharmacy right across the river from us here and impersonated a law enforcement officer and told him he needed to go over some controlled substance things with the manager or with the PIC or something like that, and got just one person back in the back with him looking at drugs, and like, I guess it sounds like grabbed like 3 bottles and ran. So of course they chased him, and Bryant police had already identified, I think, who the guy was and was looking for him, or had pictures of him up on Facebook. And so
Yeah, he got a little too, sounds like he got a little too greedy.
Yes.
I mean, it was working when he was going in and, just pretending to be somebody from the unit. But
yeah. But so far we know of, I think that was store number 10 that I'm aware of he got something from, but the acting like you're the police and grab and run isn't what most police officers do with drugs.
Yeah, he had gotten bold, too bold.
I mean, all the pictures, it's the same guy. So, but I think that the Facebook awareness, caught us another one.
Okay, it looks like we've got everybody on real quick. I just wanted to, the members that are here before we get started today, we've got, we got a hearing date set on April 28th, and that is still virtual. We have been setting the June meetings for in person. Just wanted to see what y'all's thoughts were, if y'all are ready to come back in person in June for that board meeting, or if you still wanted to do virtual. I see several heads shaking. Is that kind of the consensus with everybody? And if somebody needs to, we've got two other members. If somebody needs to be virtual for whatever reason, a member wise, we can always accommodate that. But am I getting a consensus that you want to be here in person in June, board members? Or does anybody have any thoughts?
Yeah, my cup's overflowing with Zoom meetings, so I've had my fill. I wouldn't mind in person.
Dr. Mack, Dr. Newsom, y'all have any thoughts?
I think we ought to be able to do it by June.
Yes.
Okay. So we'll leave that April one. Like I said, we've already got the order sent out in April for virtual, but it's just one day. So we'll schedule the June full board meeting, and I see John with us.
Yeah. I think we were still planning on doing the reciprocity part virtually though, weren't we?
Yes. Yeah, so I forgot about that. Yeah, we will have to still do reciprocity because a lot of states still have, whatever kind of restrictions, and we don't want to force, 80 people to fly if we can keep from it. So yeah, we're still going to do that, but everything else would be in person unless, some of the requests, unless, they're from out of state and don't need to fly. But for the most part, hearings will be in person, and the staff was planning to be here in person as well as, the board I see wants to too. So like I said, if something comes up and somebody has to be virtual, that won't be an issue. So I'll put the June hearing down, in person, and July informals. What are y'all wanting to do on informals? Are y'all wanting to start doing those back in person? Or are y'all wanting to continue to do those? Because if we're getting ready, because after this week, I'll already start setting some stuff for the July. So y'all want to do the July in person also, or?
Let's see how we do in June, because we'll be bringing in a lot of different people to us.
Yeah,
that's true. But we'll need to start going ahead and getting letters and stuff out for July. So
I think for now we'll have to just say the board will determine in June if that will be in person or virtual. And if you have if you have any type, if we've got somebody from, it's mainly out of state that some corporations still have travel bans, that they could let us know, because we'll have to zoom in the reciprocity in June. We can see how that works in the boardroom itself. And be fascinating, because I don't think that we're planning on letting 50 people from the public come in the office at that point. I don't think we're going to do that at that stage, but we could still put it out on YouTube if we're having a Zoom, I think. And it may just be there's a camera going to see what's happening at the board for that.
Okay.
Could we give them a choice?
I'm sorry?
I was asking if we could potentially give them a choice.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. I think if we decide to do it in person, and we can schedule them in person, but say if you need to appear via Zoom for medical reasons or travel reasons or whatever the case may be, we can always accommodate them. I don't want somebody that, can't travel, or somebody that's immune compromised to feel that they, have to come in if they don't want to. So yeah, I have absolutely no issue with that. We have Dr. Newsom, if you're ready to get started, I will. We have Live Well Pharmacy here, and they have a counsel with them. Mr. Kevin Burr from Q-Tech Rock is there with them. And so if Dr. Newsom, if you just want to do a quick roll call for the members that are present today, and then I'll turn it on over to Dr. Kirtley for his introduction.
Okay, yes. Today is Thursday, April 8th. 2021, and it's 9:05. We're going to start our board meeting. Board members present are Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Brian Jolly. We have John Kirtley is our executive director. Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director. And we have as our counsel, Mr. Luke Daniel. We also have present one of our inspectors, Dr. Cindy Fain. And we have Jennifer Bergen doing our IT for us.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. So, and Luke, I think it's live well as opposed to our fishing thoughts where we probably should be today, which would be a live well. So as Dr. Newsom just mentioned, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy here. In just a second, we'll have you guys introduce who all you have at the table that we can see. In this procedure, since you've seen who is staff and who are board members on this, I usually just go over a couple things about this procedurally. For our attorneys in the room, this is often seen kind of like mediation. We sit around a table and we try to talk through an issue and see if we can come to some sort of decision. In this, I'll turn it over to Mr. Daniel, and he'll actually have staff present the information that I believe you guys have been provided with that's also been made available to the board members today to go through that briefly. There'll be a chance for the board or for you guys also to ask our staff questions. And then I know the board is going to want to hear from you guys and want to ask you questions as well. At the end of the interaction, the board generally comes up with some sort of a suggestion for action. And whatever they suggest, you could either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, then we go forth with whatever the board has asked us to do and just move on from there. If you disagree with it, it becomes a chance to say, you know, I don't want to agree with this. I would prefer to have a full hearing before the board at a later date. Our full hearings are all 8 board members instead of a portion of the board. Hearing officer, court reporter, we swear everyone in and introduce evidence much like you would see in court, or for those of us who are not attorneys, like we see on TV in court. So real quick, do you guys have any questions about the procedure? I'm seeing head shaking no. If you do have a question about the procedure at any point, or if you need to just have a timeout to talk to your clients, by all means, just let us know. You know, you can mute your microphones. At this time, I'll let you guys tell us who all we are looking at Live Well, and then I will turn it over to Mr. Daniel to start us off.
Okay, you all are muted.
You're muted. We can't hear you.
You're muted.
Yeah, I've clicked the ask to unmute.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
All right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Kyle Unser. I'm with Kutak Rock. I have with me Kevin Burr, John Likens, and James Garland, the respondents. John Likens is the owner of Lowell Pharmacy and Live Well Pharmacy, the respondents. When John called me shortly after he received this letter and asked me, what do we do next? And I reached out to Kevin Burr, my partner in Omaha. This is his primary area of practice. And I said, Kevin, these allegations seem serious. John is very sincere about needing the best help that he can get. Please help me understand, what do we do next? Kevin and I sat down with John and James. We've been through the report, your letter, and Kevin has worked with John to develop what I expect we'll talk about today, the policies and procedures that the respondents expect to implement going forward. Most of all, and what I have to say is far less important than what you have to say and what these pharmacists have to say, so I'll yield the floor pretty quickly. What we expect that you'll hear today is that these gentlemen take these allegations very seriously, that they take responsibility for the mistakes that they've made, and they're working as hard as they can to implement the best policies and procedures they can to make sure that bad practices don't become bad habits. And we appreciate the opportunity to be here today and look forward to addressing whatever questions you have.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. And what we'll do is I will, in just a minute, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain, who's the inspector investigator on this, and she will kind of walk through her inspection, what she found, and address the allegations and any of the issues that she saw. And I know board members might have questions for her. And guys, y'all feel free to ask anything you want to ask of her during this time. Like I said, this is kind of more of a back and forth, so feel free to ask any questions to her that you feel the need to. We will, and like I said, and then after that, after she goes through her and answers any questions, and we'll turn it over to you guys and be glad to hear anything you want. And board members, I have provided, you have in your file Cindy's report. She's kind of going to go through that. There are some pictures and other things that she's going to put up on the screen, but you have those. And you also have a letter that I received from Mr. Burr a couple of days ago, and it has also been provided in there, and it's a couple pages if you'll just kind of go through that too, and I'm sure they'll talk about, there's some bullet points and outline stuff in there that I'm sure they'll get into. But Mr. Burr, just one of the things Dr. Kirtley said, at the end of this, you'll have the option to either agree with what they recommend or not. And like I said, if your clients don't want to agree to that, then, we can come to a full board hearing, but you don't have to make any decision today. I mean, whatever is recommended today, you'll have time to go back and y'all can talk and, talk it through, talking out whatever. We usually give like a 30-day response period. So don't think that any decision or anything has to be made today. So y'all will have plenty of time to talk through that. So I will turn it over, Dr. Newsom, if it's okay with you, I'll turn it over to Dr. Fain, and we'll go from there.
Okay, that would be fine. Dr. Fain?
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. Good morning. I'm going to go through my report, and then I'm going to show you some pictures that correlate with my report. This pharmacy opened in December of 2019, and I generally try to do a follow-up inspection within a few months after they open, just to kind of get a feel for how they're actually operating and nip any bad habits in the bud. Because of COVID, I didn't get up there until September of 2020, so they were open about 9 months before I got there. As I was checking for outdated drugs, I didn't really expect to find any since they just opened in December, but there were multiple outdated drugs on the shelf, and I'm gonna there were like 12 bottles of expired. Can you all see this?
Yes, ma'am.
So there were 12 bottles of expired promethazine with dextromethorphan that expired in 2018.
Hold up, Dr. Fain, they are looking, they're not looking at pictures, they're looking at your open case file with all the listed documents. So you had to go back and reselect the actual picture.
Okay. Give me a second. This has been a challenge for me. So there's the bottles of promethazine with dextromethorphan, and they expired in 2018. You can see right there. Oops. Then they also had some more expired medications that this is such a challenge. I apologize. So some of that was like digoxin. The oldest one was digoxin that expired in 2015. And there was some simvastatin that expired in 2017, and then the rest of it was recent. But they had some things that expired all the way back to 2015. I took the pictures during my inspection and went back and compiled a spreadsheet. Hang on just a second, please. It's switching from one picture to the other because I have to unshare and then. Okay. All right. I apologize. Okay. I'll pause again. So I had some expired products. I have 3 different tabs. So the ones that are highlighted are products that were, I'm going to go down to my little key. So the ones that are highlighted in orange were documented falsely expiration, and the ones that are highlighted in yellow were actually expired. And what caught my attention was the fact that a lot of these had handwritten labels, and they had expiration date, name, but not the lot number, or sometimes the lot number, but not the expiration date. So I pulled the certificate of analysis from Letco's website, Medisca's website, and I was able to confirm that a lot of these things were like labeled incorrectly. Let me and so I'm going to show you a couple of examples. Bear with me for being slow. I apologize. So they had some thiamine. Let me pull up one more thing. Go. Okay. So this thiamine is a handwritten label, and it's by Letco. The lot number is actually correct, but the expiration date is labeled as 9/20. And when you pull up the actual certificate of analysis for that same thing, the thiamine with that lot number expires in September of 2013. And I can go through each of those if you'd like, but I'll just tell you verbally, and then if you want to see any of them. The doxycycline API was labeled as being expired in October of 2021, but the COA shows that it was actually October of 2018. There was some riboflavin that expired in June of 17, but it was labeled that it expired in June of 20. Cyclobenzaprine expired in 19, but was labeled 21. So potassium sorbate was labeled that it expired in 20, but it actually expired in 2013. And patoxyphylline was labeled as expiring in 21, but it actually expired in 2014. So going back to the spreadsheet, they had a lot of anticipated compounds, products that had been compounded in anticipation of being dispensed. And then I also looked at compounding logs. And there were products that either they had the correct expiration date on the bottle, but the log itself would have a different expiration date. Sometimes they were compounding with actual expired drugs. So let's just take the one that's in there that says log number 7. It was a combination of estriol, progesterone, and testosterone. The estriol, it was compounded in September of 20, and it was labeled that the estriol expired in 22 when it actually had already expired in March of 20. And then they had a long beyond use date. Like this was, it was given a 6 month beyond or 1 year beyond use date. No, 6 month, I apologize. And I can show you these individual logs, but this is just a summary. Let's go down here to, there were some things that were labeled when you compound something, it has to list the ingredients of the products. And there were some products labeled Gentry Hair Solution, Mitochondrial Cocktail. And then there were also some products that were very similar to commercially available products that are part of the REMS program, and phentermine and topiramate. And, you know, I feel like that's circumventing the REMS program, which is put in place to protect patients. I asked Dr. Garland about where these medications came from, and he said they'd been transferred from Lowell Pharmacy to LiveWell Pharmacy. I was unsure who actually did the transfer and the improper labeling. I was told to cut a couple of different things. When I went back at our applications in our files, and I am not a handwriting expert, it actually appears to be the handwriting of a technician who is no longer employed at Lowell. I did a follow-up inspection at Lowell Pharmacy because they were under the same ownership to see if they had the same issues. I did not find any of these same issues at Lowell Pharmacy that I did at LiveWell Pharmacy. But it was quite a bit after that, so they, you know, but I didn't find anything. Some of the expiration dates were really inappropriate. Like there was a veterinary medication that was, one of the ingredients was tuna water from a can, which I'm assuming just draining off the tuna water. And it was given a beyond use date of a 14 days. I don't know how they would, I mean, tuna goes rancid pretty quickly, but it was also a 40-day supply for the pet. So even though it was a 14-day beyond use date, they gave them enough, and the directions were to be used for 40 days. They also had another trade name that they used was Super Cialis, and it was not the same strength as a commercially available Cialis, but they were using that name. Does anybody have any questions at this point?
Dr. Newsom, I've got a few follow-up, if I may, before the board.
Yes, sir, go right ahead.
Thank you. So you did talk, so did they, who was there when you went in to LiveWell that day?
So there's only one employee at LiveWell, and that's James Garland. He's the PIC. He's not, since it's a new store, it's not real busy yet, so he doesn't have any technicians at that location.
Okay, did he say anything about where the false labeling came from, where there was?
He claimed that John Likens labeled that product that came to him. When I asked John Likens, he said that he thought it was James Garland. But again, when I looked at the actual handwriting and compared it to applications on file, I believe it was a technician.
Okay, and all of those APIs and all of those expired medications had come from Lowell Pharmacy, you were told that?
Yes.
Okay. So was there like actually new ordering in LiveWell? I mean, were they ordering new prescriptions, or were they just getting everything from Lowell?
It was a combination. I think they got some startup products from Lowell Pharmacy. They would have to answer this specifically, but they also had their own capability of ordering, and he had invoices for several other products.
Okay. And you actually went back to this pharmacy about a month later, is that right, on the 26th of October?
That is correct. And at that point, all expired medications had been removed from the stock. The commercial products that had expired were sent back to a reverse distributor, and he had segregated the expired APIs, but had not found a reverse distributor to take those back at that point of the inspection.
Okay, did you find any like newer prescriptions that had been compounded since your first inspection that were using those expired ingredients?
No.
Okay. So I guess overall, the main issues here were the expired ingredients, falsified labels, expired medications, and I guess there were quite a few issues with expiration dates on stuff that's been compounded and beyond use dates.
That is correct.
And I guess on a beyond use date, I mean, were they just, well, I mean, I get the ones that were expired. I mean, that were using expired drugs, and so the beyond use dates were bad. But were there other ones that had been used with good or not expired ingredients that the beyond use date was just outside of what's recommended?
Yes. So yeah, there were some that were assigned excessive beyond use dates. Like there was some water-based compounds, and those should have a beyond use date of 14 days. And some of those were given a 6-month beyond use date.
That's all I have at the moment, Dr. Newsom. I'll turn it back over to you for board member questions. Thank you.
Okay. Does board members have any questions for Dr. Fang? Dr. May?
So was this all for pets? I heard you say one of them was for pet. Is people and pets?
The majority of it was for humans. There was just a couple of veterinary compounds. So the majority of this was for humans.
Okay.
Anyone else?
This is all non-sterile compounding, right?
Yes, sir. It is all non-sterile compounding, and I have those exhibits more readily available now if anybody wants to go through those pictures briefly.
Is it all patient specific?
There was one office use product, and I think the office use product was actually the veterinary compound with the tuna water. So like I said, there was only one office use product.
Compounding quantities far in advance, or were they making sufficient quantities based on prescription volume? Or
let me show you some pictures real quick. So that's, I don't know what's going to come up, so bear with me. I'm trying to go from picture to picture. Goodness. Hang tight. So there's pentyramine. There we go. So there's the compounds that were prepared in anticipation. There we go. There we go.
So did all of those have expiration dates that were too far in advance, or were they just not legitimate? Okay.
But they just, they had compounded several things in advance. Some of them had extensive beyond use dates. Some of them had labeling that kind of infringed on the trademark name, or they didn't list the ingredients like the mitochondrial cocktail or the and like here's some preserved water that was made in February of 20 and with a beyond use date of August of 20, and that should only at the max have a 35-day beyond use date per the formula. And so then here are the certificate of analyses and the labeling. And there was one product that was labeled properly that, let me see if I could find it, that had been being used. It was, let me go back to the spreadsheet real quick. They had coenzyme Q10 that they were using in this mitochondrial cocktail and potassium sorbate that expired in 2015 and 2013. But the log itself was falsified to show that it was actually in date. So like right here, if you can see that now, it was called mitochondrial cocktail. It was compounded in September of 20, and in the first column these are the things that were listed inaccurately on the log. So the label itself said it expired in 2015, but it was listed that it expired in 22. And same thing with potassium sorbate, expired in 2013, but it was labeled that it expired in May of 20. And then on the column G, there were products that were used that were within the expiration date at that date, but they were given a beyond use date after they expired. I think that's a fairly good summary, though.
Thank you. Does any other board members have any comments or questions for Dr. Fain?
If nobody does, Dr. Newsom, if no more board members have questions, I'd like to give Mr. Burr. And Mr. Burr, I apologize. I forgot your co-counsel's name there.
Can you hear me again? I think it was, we got muted on your end.
We can hear you.
It's Kyle Unser, UNSER.
Mr. Unser, okay, yeah, if no more board members have any questions for Dr. Fain at the moment, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Unser and Mr. Burr, see if anybody on that side has any questions for Dr. Fain. And we'll get into, in a few minutes, y'all will have time to present whatever you want to present, but right now, if you have any questions for Dr. Fain about anything.
I have any questions, Bill?
No, sir.
Okay. And just one more, just one quick question, Dr. Fain. Do you know who was doing the compounding on all of these products? Was it Mr. Garland, or were some of them coming from the other pharmacy, or do you know?
It would have to be James Garland because he's the only employee at that location, but it was not documented on the log.
Okay. And what were the issues? And speaking of the log, you mentioned the log earlier. What were the issues with the log? They were just wrong expiration dates, and not all the ingredients were listed. Was that what I heard?
A little bit of everything. So sometimes he was using compounded, he was using expired products. Sometimes he was falsifying the expiration date. Some of the products didn't have the ingredients listed on the label. They did on the log. And then, there was no documentation who did the compounding. I have to assume it was Dr. Garland.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
There appears to be 115 adulteration violations and 29 misbranding violations, and then 11 violations. I don't know, honestly, I don't know how to categorize them. They don't qualify for compounding. In other words, they were similar products to commercially available, and they were compounded for other pharmacy or office use, so they were not patient specific. So I don't know what those would fall under, but that kind of.
So some of those overlap, maybe more than one violation on a particular compound. When I look at my spreadsheet, it's actually 62 different logs. But some of them had more than one violation.
Okay. Go ahead.
From the second page of your report, where you said the following violations were found, and then they were found.
What's your question, sir?
I was trying to reconcile the number that you just quoted versus the summary of the violations that you list on page 2 of your report, where it says following violations. The 32 compound had beyond use dates in excess of USP guidelines. That list, how does that differ from what you were just describing?
So it is, there are 62 different logs that I have listed on the spreadsheet, but some of them fit more than one category. So you might have one log that had an excessive beyond use date, and falsified information. And so it might fall under 2 or 3 of those.
So in other words, this list of summary can actually be greater. Is that what you're saying?
Depends on the way you look at it. I mean, if you look at the individual violations, then your numbers would be, if you want to know how many falsified logs I found and how many logs that had inaccuracies, it's a total of 62.
Thank you.
Dr. Jolly, did you have your hand up or? Okay. I just wanted to be sure you had your hand up.
Yeah, I need to expand my screen again. Any other questions of board members? Okay, Mr. Daniel, we'll go on to our next step then.
Okay, if there are no more questions from board members this time, Mr. Unser and Mr. Burr, I will turn it over to you. And just maybe to save some time with board members' questions, I know the board is going to want to know kind of what was going on during this time. Why were these issues the issues? I mean, why was expired medication being used? Why were the labels, false information on those? And they're also going to want to know what's been done since. And I know that was part of what y'all wanted to talk about. What's been done since to remedy these issues, any training or anything like that that's taken place with pharmacists or any other staff. But like I said, I'll turn it over to y'all, and the floor is yours.
Kevin, I'll start with mislabeled APIs.
Yep.
And then I'll flip it to you.
That's fine.
Thank you. I'll address what I expect is probably one of the board's biggest concerns, and that has to do with physically altered labels, the handwritten labels that Dr. Fain pointed out. The truthful answer is we're not entirely sure how those handwritten labels were changed or why. When James was asked that question, who did these labels, his thought was it had to have come from John's Pharmacy. They refer to them as John's Pharmacy in Lowell and James's in Livewell, even though John owns both of them, because that's where the products were ordered. When James ordered startup product, he would request that from Lowell Pharmacy, and he would speak with, what's her name again? With Beverly, who was a pharmacy technician at Lowell Pharmacy, and she would get the product over to Livewell. Beverly missed several days of work about a month prior to Dr. Fain's investigation, and John, and he could probably add more color to this, but he went and looked at her workspace in the compounding area in Lowell and noticed a bunch of issues. He can probably talk about what those issues were, whether it's misplaced medication or things that shouldn't have been there. I'm not entirely sure. John saw that. At the same time, he looked into her time cards, saw that she'd been doctoring her time cards, and he terminated her employment. He immediately cleaned out all of the what she'd had at her workspace there in Lowell, noted some expired medications, got rid of all expired medications, did everything he could think of to make sure that Lowell was shipshape and correct. It did not occur to John that he needed to go look at Livewell and make sure that the same issues weren't present there. Our best guess, but ultimately John does not deny responsibility. The buck stops with John. He's here to say that. You can ask him those same questions. Our best guess is that Beverly was the one writing these labels on medications. Like I said earlier, once we received your letter, aside from the initial clean out John did, and I'm sure he can speak to any other remediation steps he took then. Once John contacted us, I got with Kevin and we worked through policies and procedures that Kevin can probably describe in more detail to make sure that none of these issues ever occur again.
So when I was contacted by Kyle, the first thing that I did was I looked at Dr. Fain's report, and I have to compliment her. I thought it was very succinct. I thought it was very to the point. For a non-pharmacist, even though I've worked in pharmacy a long time, it was something that I could read and I could follow and I could understand, and it made sense to me. It also made it very clear to me that, as John and James will tell you, that there definitely needed to be some more control over and supervision of the activities that were taking place at Livewell. And so together with John and with James's assistance, we put together, and using reference documentation cited in each of the policies, we put together proposed policies and procedures to make sure that these kinds of errors and issues and problems don't occur in the future. We conformed those to the reference materials. We have implemented those, and we will be using those policies and procedures going forward to make sure that this does not happen again. We were very concerned. We've done what we can to correct it. We can't change what was done in the past. I think both of the pharmacists are here today to discuss that issue. But, in reality, we are looking to go forward to make sure that this will not be repeated. We will not have these kinds of issues again.
If I may ask just a couple of quick questions. Who was, when these expired APIs and expired ingredients were being used, who was doing that compounding?
James.
Okay, so it was all being compounded there at Livewell.
That's correct.
And was he aware that some of these ingredients were expired?
Well, and this is what happens. And again, this is nothing more, and I'll let James speak to it because has the actual experience. But we believe that the products that were coming to Livewell from Lowell that had the labels that were wrong, he's relying on those labels. And yes, there are ways to check, and yes, there are things that should have been done, but it was a process that was undertaken. So, James, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, as far as the compounding with the expired drugs that had handwritten labels on them, those are things, if I need, most of the time I'll just order myself. But if I need something that day or people can't wait, I would either send Beverly a text message or call her and say, hey, do you have this? Yes or no? And then if you do, can you send me some? And, so I assume when I get it that it's correct. And that's a poor assumption on my part. I should double check it. And I have to take full responsibility for that. And then any other medications that were used and expired, obviously I have to take full responsibility for that. It's inexcusable, and I should have never done it. It's complete oversight. You get busy, you get lackadaisical about some things. But as far as the things that were, if it said it was in date, I didn't know that it was expired. If there were just, if the handwritten expiration dates were given to me that way by her.
Okay. What about when Dr. Payne stated that there were some beyond use dates that were outside of what is recommended? So even taking away the expired ingredients, there were still some, even if the ingredients were valid, they were still over the beyond use date. What's the explanation for that?
So, again, a little bit of that is oversight. There's USP has changed some of their guidelines. PCCA also does a lot of USP 51 antimicrobial studies. So there's some certain things that they say, hey, we've studied this, you can make this and attach a longer beyond use date to it. Right now, we've implemented a policy that we go with whatever their recommendation is, or USP, whichever is shorter, or whatever drug expires in the shortest time frame. And that's what we stick with.
Okay. And Beverly.
May I ask a question.
Go ahead, Dr. Mitchell.
When you reference the PCCA studies, do you confirm that yourself through either stability or potency over time studies from compounded products you've made in your pharmacy? Or do you just take their word
sending
for it?
those off to test for testing? No.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
Okay, because you have to do that.
Okay.
You can take theirs as a guideline, but if you're going to go outside of USP, you have to show that what they found in their lab when they made it transfers to your pharmacy. You don't have to do it for every single lot, but for every product.
Okay. Thank you for that knowledge.
Throwing that out there.
That
A lot
was
of
not-
people don't understand that. And I don't know that PCCA does a great job explaining that. But a lot of people make the same assumption that you've made.
Yeah, and I had a discussion with PCCA about it, and just like you just pointed out, you know, they said if you do this, that's what it is. So they never informed me or consulted with me that, hey, you need to send this in for a stability and beyond use state testing.
And you were at that pharmacy by yourself, no technician, no other staff.
Correct.
And Beverly, was she a technician at the other store?
Correct. No, she was a pharmacy technician.
And so when you needed something, you would call her and she would get whatever, she would just, I guess, run it over or have somebody run it over, whatever the case may be.
Right, correct.
So, and I guess this is maybe a question, for attorney, Mr. Block. So when all of the, so how, I guess, I'm a little confused, or I guess having a hard time understanding about all of these expired medications being in that other pharmacy. So I guess what was why were the labels handwritten? How were they? I mean, some of them were there for, years and years. So I guess, can you kind of explain how maybe that's possible?
Beverly had stuff stuffed everywhere in the lab. She called in sick a couple of days in August, and we got behind on compounds. I hadn't compounded in quite a while, so I was pretty mad I had to go back there and do it. When I started looking around, I was just embarrassed at the operation back there. And I just started looking through every cabinet and just found one thing after another. There was stuff everywhere. And I just started cleaning up.
Okay, so I guess so she was doing the compounding?
Yes.
I guess she was doing the ordering if stuff needed to be ordered?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I'm just having a hard time how you did not know that all of this was going on, and apparently it had been going on for a while if some of those ingredients were so old.
The way the lab's set up with the cabinets, it's just too easy to. We used to have an old sterile room that we no longer use and never go back there. And it's cabinets in there, and there's just stuff everywhere.
So I guess you weren't going back there at all at that time?
I never went into the sterile room.
And there was no need. And that was being used for storage?
Yes.
So I guess you ran the front part, or what did you do on a daily basis?
I did come back and check, compounds. I would check stuff, but I never went back to the sterile room and just never opened up all the cabinets. I just never had a need to.
I got a question. How long was Beverly an employee of yours?
5 years, I believe, maybe. I'd have to go back and look. I'm sorry.
Okay, and who is ultimately responsible for checking those dates?
Me.
Okay, why are y'all blaming her, throwing her under the bus? For everything?
No, I'm not blaming her. I'm just trying to give a relation of how this happened, because I was shocked by it.
But by no means does Mr. Likens think that any of this exonerates him or gets him off the hook, and understands that he has full and complete responsibility. But the board asked a question, and we thought the board deserved an answer. I can assure you there's no concerted effort to throw Beverly under the bus, and we had no indication that she was even doing anything. I think it was Dr. Fain's investigation that identified the handwriting samples. It didn't even occur to John when the question was asked that it could be Beverly doing it.
Okay, when was she dismissed?
When was she dismissed?
I believe August 16th,
2020.
2020.
Okay.
So-
Yeah.
So she was dismissed before this happened? I mean, she was dismissed before this inspection?
Yours.
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Mack.
Were you dispensing compounded medications out of the Lowell pharmacy that Beverly prepared
Yes, ma'am.
as well? Okay. And then did Beverly have any training in compounding as well as in either pharmacist? Did you ever take any kind of compounding training?
Yes, I attended PCCA in pharmacy school and after pharmacy school.
And I did as well.
But Beverly was probably just trained by y'all or by you.
She had taken some tutorials online from PCCA, never had attended live classes.
Any other board members have any questions?
Something as simple as simply for even for the commercial products, forget about the ones that were compounded. So for the ones that have been expired for, based on my calculation, or look at some 4 years, 3 months, others 3 years, 9 months, 2 years, 6 months. Are you telling me that in 9 months of operation that you never once checked the shelf for expiration dates?
That is my responsibility, and I can't disagree with that statement. I was filling 2-3 prescriptions a day, and it was something that I just clearly overlooked. You know, I put bottles on the shelf, never went back and rechecked them. Since then, I go through them at the end of every month when at close of business religiously, and I get rid of anything that's going to go out of date in the next 30 days if it's commercial product. And then if it's an API, bulk chemical, anything that's bulk, if it's going to go out of date in the next 3 months, 90 days, I remove it as well.
And I guess I'm looking at your letter, Mr. Burr, that you sent over, and attached to it, I guess, are the is it the matters that have been put in place?
Yes, Mr. Daniel, if you'll refer on page 2, starting on page 2, you'll see this, actually it's at the bottom of page 1, you'll see the specific steps that were taken not only at Livewell, but are also going to be adopted and used at the Lowell Pharmacy that are in response to the findings from Dr. Fain's inspection. And further, what we did was we took the reference materials that we could find that were the best sources for us to guide our policies, and we developed 3 additional new policies with respect to beyond use dates and labeling and dating of compounded prescriptions, and then the process that we employ for basically clearing the shelves. And then finally, what we are going to do on a monthly basis for purposes of, compounding commercially available products, and when we will do that and making sure that we're not compounding products that are on the RIMS program. So we put those policies in place. And this is what we're going to be doing going forward to make sure that we don't have these kinds of issues again.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments by board member? Dr. McCready?
I just wonder if either one of the two pharmacists can tell me what they think direct supervision is defined as.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, I just wondered if either one of you can tell me what you think direct supervision of a technician is defined as if you never went back in that compounding room.
No. I was back in the compounding room a lot, just not in the sterile room. I think that may.
She's asking if you know the definition of direct supervision.
Oh, okay.
And what are the
Yeah.
requirements?
We have to, so ordinarily when we compound prescription at Lowell, the technician will weigh each ingredient out and hit print, it prints out. Then the pharmacist goes back there and checks the prescription and then they proceed with mixing it.
And is that what you were doing?
What are you doing during this time?
I'm sorry, we got two questions at once.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Dr. McCready. I didn't realize you were finished.
I just asked if that was what he was doing.
Is that what you were doing?
Yes, ma'am, yes, that's what we were doing. On compounds at Lowell?
Yes.
So
Yes.
when you went back and looked at it, you were looking at the product that she weighed, at the expiration dates, at the drug name, et cetera, and verifying all of that before she proceeded.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification, Dr. McCready, the issues that we had that were found by Dr. Fain's inspection were at the Livewell pharmacy, not at the Lowell pharmacy.
I understand that. I just wanted to verify what he was doing at his store.
Right. No, and I think you're right to do that. Both James and John recognize their responsibility, and we know from the inspection that Dr. Fain performed that there was not the required oversight, and they now recognize that responsibility. That's why we're taking these steps to do the corrective action and make sure that we do it right going forward.
Okay, does anyone else have any more questions? If not, what is the will of the board?
So it appears if we simply go by summary of violations that you found, if we simply add those bullets and numbers up, does that do a reasonable for a violation?
I didn't quite hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't understand you, Dr. Richmond.
Let me try and talk a little louder. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just trying to find out on the second page of Ms. Fain's report, if we were to add up those total number of violations, is that a reasonable representation of the number of violations that were found?
Well, I think some of those violations in Dr. Fain's.
She's asking Dr. Fain.
Yeah.
Oh, individual violations, yes. I think
Yes.
that's a fair assessment.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Mr. Daniel, are there, I know in the regulation, I think it's or in the statutes, that there's provisions for adulteration. Would those similarly apply for misbranding?
It should.
If something's, you're asking would the adulteration statute apply for something being misbranded? I mean, there are specific mentions of misbranded drugs in the statutes and regulations.
Okay. But if we simply go by the statute, and I'm referring to statute 17-92-312, and it refers to revocation and fine for adulteration of drugs. I mean, there are a number of provisions there, and I mean, I have some ideas that I would throw out for consideration. It says monetary penalty not to exceed $500 for violation. Appears to be 155 violations if we imposed $100, which is a minimum fine, but that would be $15,500 for the total violations. I would propose that we require him to complete 20 hours of continuing education in compounding as well as pharmacy management. Require him to retake the law exam. Place a restriction on his license to not allow any compounding to be going on until such continuing education is completed, and that we assess $100 an hour for out-of-cost investigative fees spent on this.
And you keep saying he's, are you referring to each pharmacist or one specific?
Well, I would say, I mean, this is a pharmacy level problem. And so if there's more than one pharmacist contributing to it, then I would say whoever works there would be responsible. Or a CE there.
And you're talking about the pharmacists that live well?
Yes.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any anything to add to or any comments on Dr. Richmond's statement?
One thing that I was going to mention kind of goes back to what Dr. Mitchell was talking about earlier, is I believe in their revised policies and procedures, they provided us with a copy of their updated policy and procedure. So I just wanted to mention that per Dr. Mitchell's comment before, it looks like they have PCCA expiration guidance as one of their potential solutions, and I don't think that that's appropriate. So I think we need to give them feedback from a policy and procedure standpoint on what the expectation would be that they follow, which I think USP 795 would be applicable, but I'm not sure about if there's draft guidance from FDA that would be applicable as well. I'd probably prefer I'm here that maybe more familiar with that side of it, but I just don't want them to walk away thinking that this updated policy is going to be acceptable if we have concerns about them utilizing PCCA stability studies to assign expiration dating to their compounded products as well.
We welcome any comments or recommendations or criticisms of the reference materials that we have in the policies. We will definitely make those adjustments per any board request.
Thank you.
Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, this is more, I guess, well, to all the board members. I was going to ask Dr. Mitchell specifically, but everybody. The compounds that were made with out-of-date lots, if they agreed to send those off and they came back with solid potency testing, would that be allowable by the board to let those go, or does that matter?
Talking about the finished product or the raw material?
Finished product.
No,
What about the raw material?
because that tells you that it was good that day. It doesn't tell you anything about the future. Stability has to be prospective.
So what about the API?
On the API, typically what I see is in pharma, especially, there's a retest date. But honestly, it is extremely expensive when you're talking about a 503A pharmacy, because you typically, to extend the expiry or the retest date on a raw material, you have to do a full compendial analysis, which is going to cost you anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000, depending on the product. So it's actually cheaper for most 503A pharmacies to just buy smaller quantities and then discard anything that they don't use.
So when I did a rotation through the Indian Health Services, the place that I went to was a branch of the Navy, of all things, and they had a closet there that was full of, I can't remember, maybe it was a large bottle of Pen B. It's 500 milligrams Pen B, finished product. And what they did was they took, I think, 3 pills out of each lot and sent it off and had it tested for stability and potency, or I assume. And then they got these little green stickers that they put on a new expiration date.
But that's the federal government.
That's true.
In a federal facility with no state oversight in what year?
Oh, it's a while back, 27.
Like 97?
No, probably 95, 96.
Okay.
Isn't that akin to what they were doing with the national stockpile for Cipro as it related to anthrax?
Yeah, they've done that with national stockpile drugs that are stored in a controlled environment federally to get specific allowance to extend dates on commercial products. I've never seen anyone do that on compounds to, test into compliance after violation.
And they're looking at a lot more than just potency when they do that, right? They're looking at disintegration, a lot of the physical characteristics. They're using stability indicating methods and force degradation. And they also have, starting out, they have a full stability profile with impurities, leachables and extractables from the container it's stored in, light sensitivity, humidity, all of those things. They have that stability profile to compare to when they're looking at extending the date. It's a lot more complex and sophisticated than just a potency test.
So Dr. Mitchell, do you feel, based on what all you've done in the past, but do you think, I think we're looking at multiple types of issues, but do you agree that they should be looked at as 62 like Cindy, Dr. Fain had, or do you think every single one by itself is a complete different issue? Do you think they're somewhat related, or are they every one of them a new issue?
I think they're somewhat related. I think there was an overall disregard, like was it a don't ask, don't tell? I don't know. It's not my place to really try to guess on that. But I think there was a lot of ignorance, and I think they've admitted to that they didn't necessarily understand how it should be done or have a good understanding of what was happening. And I think a lot of those are related. I hate when any compounder is in this situation because it reflects poorly on the entire industry. And compounders can do so much good, and there's so few of them left. So I don't want us, if we can, I don't want us to make it where they can't compound, because that would, I don't think, be in the best interest of patient health. If they can do it right, they're providing a needed service.
So would you look at it as 62 violations or 100? I don't remember how many.
Yes, I think they're related, but the fact that it was occurring across the board, it isn't like just a mistake was made. It was happening for a significant period of time, and it seemed to be fairly systemic across all of the compounding that was occurring.
So traditionally, it's up to the board to determine what you see as a violation, not a violation, which I think is part of, what Dr. Mack asking. Dr. Richmond was talking about fining authority. It's actually, like, if you read 1792.312, it even talks about criminal penalties for adulterated products. And then talks about if you are found guilty, you shall be revoked and have a penalty. In some ways, that almost appears to be more about even the court penalty. But in our other language, I think it's in like 315 or 313, in lieu of revocation or suspension, the board can choose to fine up to $1,000 per violation. And that would be on a store or on a pharmacist. So the short version, I'm not saying go to that by any means, but the short version is, because this is an informal, if you pick a number that makes sense to you and a plan that makes sense to you, since this is similar to mediation, you can throw it out there. We'll reduce it to writing, and they can choose to accept it or not. If it's a strict contested hearing, we always encourage you to say X number of violations times X amount of money. And you often do that in informals as well. But it's not necessarily a have to be done in the informal process versus the formal process.
Well, I feel like them walking in and admitting it and owning it and correcting it makes a lot of difference versus the last 2 days that nothing was their fault. So I think this is, a wise choice. They made a lot of errors, and whether they should have or should have known better, there's no doubt. And they definitely have made multiple errors. I was just trying to determine, is it really per violation, or is it, as Dr. Mitchell said, it was across the board. So, it was almost like everything they did related to date is incorrect. So is it a X amount of dollars of fine and get yourself in order? I also I don't feel real good about not letting them compound if they have corrected everything, but that's something that we need to know too.
And I believe, just for a little clarification, I believe that Dr. Fain said she had 62 columns, and so some of those columns had multiple issues. So that's where the total, and I believe Dr. Richmond did the math of 155. So that's where the total 155 comes from, but it was like 62 different compounds or whatever. But like I said, some of them had multiple issues.
Okay. Dr. Kraus, you look deep in thought there. What are you thinking?
Well, I was thinking about harm. If any of these out-of-date prescriptions had caused any harm, I was thinking, I've probably got some creams that I use from time to time in a bottom drawer in my bathroom that's older than my youngest daughter. So, waffling really in between the severity of it. But I think that they're on the right track, and they know what to do going forward. And I think that, we need to support that, because we are having fewer and fewer compounders.
If I may just add, we did not come in today as attorneys to try to argue and extend and belittle. We were retained by these pharmacists at the time that they learned of the results of the inspection, and they haven't been sitting idly by. We've been working with them, and we're not pharmacists, I know, but we deal with compliance all the time, and they have taken significant steps to really improve their operations, and they're trying very hard to correct the mistakes that they've made. And that's been the focus of our presentation here before the board today. So they've not been operating as noted by Dr. Fain in her inspection from last September. They've not been operating in that manner. They have made these changes, and they have done significant things. And they are owning responsibility here today.
I think that's exactly why you're seeing the board struggle with the decision a bit more, because of the fact that they are, they're reticent and apologetic and have, taken measures to fix it. It's one of those where, having watched this, I mean, for me, I've been here for over 16 years. We see people that is not the attitude of, and I think that the conversation the board members would be having in that other scenario, or an opposite scenario to what they're seeing, is how do we ban them from ever compounding again? How do we keep these people from being a PIC? Should these people own pharmacies? And they're not talking about that. So perspective is always given whatever you've seen in the past. I can tell you, I think that's been pretty loud and clear to the board that they took this very seriously from the beginning and corrected action immediately.
Dr. Kraus?
Yeah, throwing this out there, it's a little different than what Dr. Richmond was talking about, but I mean, I would be for, $2,500 fine, some CE pertaining to, maybe the labeling and preparation of non-sterile compounds or compounds. I would not do disciplinary, but I'm throwing that out there to see how we kick that football around.
Does Livewell ship to other states other than Arkansas?
No.
Or either pharmacies or any of the two pharmacists that are here, or either y'all or the pharmacies licensed in other states?
I'm licensed in Oklahoma.
I'm only licensed in Arkansas.
And the two pharmacies are only licensed in Arkansas?
Correct.
Yes.
And one thing, and I don't know how Dr. Kraus wanted, who or what, but you'll need to, the people here today are the two pharmacists and the two pharmacies. And of course, you don't have to take action on everybody. You don't have to take action on anybody. You just need to be per pharmacist. Okay.
Per pharmacy, Luke, I apologize.
Per pharmacy, okay.
Well, I definitely think anything CE related needs to be for both pharmacists, because they both share some blame in this, whether it's only one pharmacy that we're talking about, but two pharmacists. Okay,
any other comments, Dr. Jolly, Dr. Richmond, Dr. Mitchell?
Dr. Fain, how much time have you spent investigative wise?
This was really pretty complicated, and there was a lot of research time on the computer and all. Travel time to do the follow-up inspections was 6 hours, 3 hours up and back. I worked at least 5 days, 5 full days on this. So a total of 40 hours plus the travel time is 46.
Thank you.
Dr. Richmond, any comments?
This concerns me that, I mean, something as simple as drugs being on the shelf for 4 and 5 years. I mean, we're not talking about 4 and 5 months. We're talking about years. We've got systemic problems, and I think that anything that constitutes basically a slap on the wrist is not going to get the attention. These are simple things that expect pharmacists. Otherwise, why do we need to have regulations or have special licenses? People who know how that they're responsible for doing these things, if we're not going to hold them to those things.
somewhere between Dr. Richmond and Dr. Kraus might be a alternative.
So what do you propose, Dr. Richmond?
I'm not dogmatic on the fine. I think it needs to be sufficient enough to get somebody's attention. My intention regarding the continuing education is to take focus, not just 3 hours, not even just 10 hours, but a significant number of hours of CE. All exam as well, to then once you've completed CE, to demonstrate that you're competent in knowing what it is you're expected to do. My intention was not to stop them from compounding, period, but rather to stop them from compounding until such time the CE and the law exam has been passed. And so if we get on it and take care of it in short order, then they could commence compounding again, but I think subsequent to a follow-up inspection to make sure everything's in order. And then I think it's very reasonable to recoup investigation costs. So I stand behind the same type of things that we should consider. I'm going to be dogmatic about the fee.
Dr. Kirtley, does the law exam have that much about compounding though? Is there another way they could show they learned something from the compounding training? Because I feel like compounding training is what they need. Of course, technician oversight is important, but.
Well, I think that would be in the CE realm of showing successful completion of hours of CE surrounding compounding, USP, criteria. The law exam does have some compounding stuff, and then thinks about, responsibilities, but it's not a compounding test. It's a, jurisprudence exam. It's a peppering of everything, things like supervision might even be in there.
Removing expiration dates. I mean, these are the only things that have been enumerated. Those are, the goal is you shouldn't go past.
Dr. Mitchell, can you direct us to any special types of CE that you may know of that would be helpful in this situation?
Sure. So PGCA has CE that they give. They have an in-person training. I don't know that they're doing it right now or not, but I personally get my compounding training through the pharmacist letter. That's what I use as my CE organizer, and they have all of their CE sorted by topic. And so there's quite a bit of learning available to be had through that platform. That's what I use.
Thanks.
You can also look at critical points, but I don't know what they're currently doing.
Okay. So how are we going to put all this together? Will be our final motion then?
What would be our recommended number of CE hours? Did we say? Was it 20 or 10?
I think Rodney said 20.
Okay.
Which I think is the main thing they need help with. And so if we go heavily on CE for compounding.
And I know at least the Lowell store, I believe, has a ongoing compounding business, and both stores did successfully pass the follow-up inspection.
Then, Dr. Kraus, did you recommend 2,500 per pharmacy? Is that correct?
I did.
Pharmacy or pharmacist?
I pharmacy.
But did we only bring one pharmacy in, Dr. Luke?
No, we have. I sent letters that incorporated
Both.
Live Well and Lowell.
Okay.
But either way, like I said, I mean, this is an informal, so I mean, you can kind of, I mean, if you see something that's outside of, maybe, I mean, it would be a lot more specific, if this went to a formal hearing, in each party and each pharmacy, everybody can get their own order. But here, like I said, you just kind of make the recommendation as you see fit, and the ball will be in their court to decide kind of from there what they want.
I kind of see this as a pharmacist thing, and both pharmacists are too.
We can do both. Dr. Kraus has a statement or a question.
Yeah, both. The pharmacy, the $2,500 to the pharmacy was a pharmacy fine. I believe the CE, and I was going to ask Dr. Mitchell, I think, what is it? The introductory course at PCCA is what, 21 hours? Is that what it was? Do you remember? Remember either, spent too much water under the bridge. But I do know that they have specific courses, whether it's, compounding, veterinary compounding, you've got these different little week things where you can go and gather, chunks, and those things cost $2,000 to $4,000 a piece.
They do.
They're not cheap.
I don't know that they're currently doing those given the pandemic.
And
Right.
I don't
So I'd hate to
believe
require something like that.
I don't
Right.
believe PCCA is an accredited CE provider anymore, but I'd have to go back and look. They may be partnered with someone to deliver CE, but they at one point were their own CE provider, but I think they were determined to be a commercial interest that the CE they were doing is about their products and how to use them.
And I was going to ask Dr. Fain, how many prescriptions a day, or I guess the pharmacists that are here can tell me, how many compounds a day are you doing at each? Is that your primary business, compounding, or do you feel, regular big scripts?
In Lowell, I do 50 to 60 a day. We generally fill about 6,000 prescriptions a month at Lowell total. That includes the compounds.
50 or 60 compounds a day?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Yeah, that's a lot of compounds a day.
Mhm.
What about Livewell, James?
And yeah, so Midville, Lidwell, I feel like 800 prescriptions a month right now. It's not very many. I may dispense 2 compounds a day, 2 to 3, 15 a week or something.
Well, I'm open on the CE. I think that, I think that that's a fine on the pharmacy for sure. The pharmacist should bear some responsibility in the fines, but it would work to both of our advantages is if in that fine, continuing education or learning about how to do what they're doing more correctly. Investigative costs, that's up to my peers. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Cindy was going up there anyway, so I don't know.
And I mean, and as far as the CE, I know Dr. Cartley and Dr. Mitchell have mentioned, some of this may not be available at the moment, so you could just do compounding CE. I mean, Dr. Mitchell gave them several examples of, where it could be, utilized, and so that may kind of be up to them. You may just have to say 20 hours of compounding CE. I would hate to say it has to be from this specific place and they can't get it for 6 or 8 months, whatever.
Right.
I mean, there will always be something available in compounding.
Yeah.
So they just want to word it like that. And like I said, Dr. Mitchell gave them several examples of where they could reach out to. So
I do think we should make this CE happen very quickly if they're going to continue compounding, and which we want to let them continue compounding, but they need to take the CE quickly so they are educated about what they're doing.
Yeah, because if you're compounding that many prescriptions per day, that's going to be a significant loss if you are not able to do that.
And you could say 15 hours of could be correspondence within X time. And if you want them to get some live, say how much live and give them a longer time period because it'll be harder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that.
Because
I think live, while I do think they need some immediately, I think to get some live probably would be better hands-on. And Dr. Mitchell, you might say that's true or not true.
I don't know that I have a strong opinion on live versus not live. I think, though, I'm not 4 telling them they can't compound until the CE is done because we've done follow-up inspections at both facilities and not found the issues
I don't
that
think-
they're still
I don't
continuing.
think-
So
Yeah, I don't think we should stop them. I just think we should put a heavy emphasis on the beginning to get some immediate. And then you give them a little longer to get the whole 20 hours maybe, but, I mean,
it's 5 hours by the end of the month and the remaining 15 by the end of May. Is that reasonable?
I think that sounds good. That way they could immediately get some and spend, because we don't want them to hurry and not get something valuable either. But then spend more time getting the rest. I like that.
I would say as far as the investigative costs, I could go either way, but the way that I look at it is, it represents an opportunity cost for Dr. Thane where she could be doing something else, inspecting another pharmacy. So, if she was going up there anyway, it's still 40 hours. I would be okay with tacking on some investigative costs as well.
I would too. Because she did have to really spend a lot of time.
Right.
Well, and she's only talking about the time to get up there for the re-inspection that was, out of sequence. She wasn't talking about she was already in the area and it took 3 hours to get there. She's talking about the revisit.
Yeah, I got you. Thanks for clarifying that. Yeah, but even if she was going up there, it's still 40 hours, but 46 at $100 an hour, 4,600 can be split between the two pharmacies, along with a $2,500 fine and the CE requirements that you guys have mentioned as well. Would be one thought. But if you guys feel strongly,
I so move.
And is that 25 each, 2,500 for each of the two pharmacies? So, okay.
Okay, Dr. Richmond, is this satisfactory with you?
Can we restate it again? Because that last part there was 25 per total.
So what I have down, I'll see if Luke has the same thing, is $2,500 for each of the two stores, 20 hours of total CE focused on, compounding, USP along those lines, 5 hours by the end of this month, with the other 15 by the end of May, and $100 per hour for the 46 hours investigative cost. I was not sure if you still want the law test on it or not.
I don't think so.
I don't need that.
In my opinion, yeah.
Right.
And I thought I heard somebody say, and it wasn't in the motion, but I thought I heard somebody say earlier, non-disciplinary. Is that correct?
That'd be tight.
Yes.
Would that be your motion, Dr. Mitchell, non-disciplinary?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I think what we would do in that case is just say $9,600 investigative cost split between the two stores. Because if you just say 2,500 blanket, that looks disciplinary.
Yeah.
Okay, we got a motion.
second Dr. Mitchell's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? The motion passes.
Mr. Unser, Mr. Burr, what I will do is I will reduce all this in writing and get it to you. It would be a $2,500 penalty per pharmacy, then $4,600 in investigative costs. What I will do though is I will word it as all non-disciplinary investigative costs. There will not be a consent agreement or anything like that. I will send it to you in a letter. Also, the 20 hours of CE, 5 due by the end of April and 15 due by the end of May. But I will get this to all of you in writing, and y'all can talk with your clients and get back to me. But like I said, our board has said this is non-disciplinary. It will, if you decide that this is what you want to do to resolve this issue, it will not be reported to anybody. It will not go in any type of reporting database. It will not be reported to any other boards of pharmacy. Not that I know I only heard one of them say they were licensed in another state, but so it shouldn't cause any issues for any other licensure problems. Like I said, it won't be reported. It'll just be a letter that'll go in their file here in our office. But I will get that to you in a letter, and then you can let me know how y'all want to proceed from there.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel, and thank you to the members of the board.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We
Dr.
do have our
Newsom, you wanna
next one here. It's an application. Does anybody want to take a few minutes break before we get into that?
Right. Let's get back at 10:45.
Perfect.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Lenora. Just want to clarify something that I said a while ago.
Okay, go
When
ahead.
when I said I view investigative costs as opportunity costs, I don't mean it's an opportunity for us to collect more money. I mean, it's a lost opportunity for our staff to be able to be focusing on other things for the state of Arkansas. So I didn't want it to sound like I was, you know,
Oh, we understood what you were saying.
Okay. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure that was clear.
Mhm.
We're not making any money at $100 an hour when we're in an investigation.
Right.
I mean, because that's not even counting the time that, you know, Mr. Daniel had to spend on that, or Dr. McCready, or me, or anything else. It's we try to be fairly conservative anytime we tell you how much time we spend on something.
Yeah.
We're not billing at auto rates.
Right.
Yeah. It's like it takes, how does it take 4 hours to do something and my car was only here 2?
Dr. Richmond, who is your student?
Actually,
How you doing?
she's a former student. She's currently one resident at Unity Health here in Searcy.
Okay, great.
This is Kyla Feather.
Pleased to meet you.
I used to work at Unity Health, so tell Scotty and Liz and all those folks I said hello.
I think we got everybody but Dr. Krause.
Okay. Is Dr. Robertson here?
He's back there. I think he's watching on YouTube.
No, it says Denise for 10 o'clock. Is she still on?
I'm sorry, that got moved. We are on our 10:30 Scripps RX Pharmacy. Denise Robertson, they didn't have everything they needed together, so they're just going to have a later date. So I'm sorry, I forgot to tell y'all to mark that off. So we are on our 10:30, which is Scripps RX, and they are here.
Okay.
So is it Ms. Chow?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Chow, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you who you're talking to and just a couple things about this process. For myself, Mr. Luke Daniel is our legal counsel. Dr. Brenda McCready is our assistant director. Dr. Cindy Fain is one of our investigator inspectors, and Jennifer Bergen is all things IT, making sure that our Zoom doesn't fail for it. We're all on the board staff side, and everyone else you see on the screen are board members. These are all pharmacist board members, actually. Dr. Lenora Newsom is the board president and chair of this committee. And then we have Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, and Dr. Lynn Krause, and Dr. Rodney Richmond on screen. So that's who you're talking to today. We call this an informal committee or an informal conference because we're having more of a casual conversation back and forth across the table. On your specifically, it's an out-of-state pharmacy application that we had some concerns about some of the business model for it that we'll get into shortly. What will happen is I'll turn it over and we'll have our staff kind of go over the concerns that we had. The board members have access to a copy of the application and paperwork, just like you do or just like we do on staff. As of this morning, they will have some questions back and forth for staff. And then I know they're also going to want to talk to you about that. And I'm sure have some questions for you. In this process, being that it's informal, whatever decision they come up with at the end of the day, you can either agree or disagree with. If you agree with it, we go forth with whatever they say. If you disagree, it kind of branches a road for you where you can just kind of say, well, forget this and walk away, or say, well, I would like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date. I would say more formal process with a hearing officer or court reporter, and a little bit more like going to court.
Okay.
So I'll ask you a couple questions. Do you have any questions about how this process works?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'll get you to tell us who you are and who you're with, and then it'll go back over to Mr. Daniel. I think he's going to punt to Dr. McCready. But most importantly, if you have a question about what's going on or something procedurally during this, or need to tell us something, wave your hands, get our attention, and we want to be sure that we answer any questions you have.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so my name is Esther Chow. I'm with Scripps RX Pharmacy. We're located in Houston, Texas, and I am the pharmacy manager
This is, like Dr. Cartley said, this is an out-of-state pharmacy application. Staff really did not have any issues with inspections or anything like that. There were some concerns and just, I guess, more like questions about the business model. So I'm going to turn that over to Dr. McCready, and she may just kind of just briefly express the concerns that staff had, and then we may be able to, and then she's going to have some questions for Dr. Chow. So Dr. McCready.
Good morning. When we receive this application, the applications come to the board, they come to me and I go through the application. And upon review, there was a reference to a relationship with a company called Agora that I was not familiar with. And I asked Dr. Chow what exactly that was. And she said they served as the medium to transfer prescriptions electronically and allow the pharmacist to communicate with other online pharmacies. And I asked her about Agora pharmacies, and she said they currently did not have any they dealt with right now in Arkansas. And I really wanted kind of an explanation of who they are, what they are, where they are, and exactly what that process is. I had some questions about, in the application, it also says that the pharmacy functions as a call center, and I didn't know whether that was a call center for multiple pharmacies, just this one pharmacy, and why it was called a call center when it also dispenses medications. So I really just wanted you to kind of explain the relationship between Scripps RX and Agora and who they are, and then the call center and dispensing piece of it.
Okay. So Agora is owned by RX Simply, which is our internal pharmacy system. So Agora serves as a supplemental to when we transfer prescriptions between our pharmacy and other pharmacies within our network. So, when we fax prescriptions or fax transfers over, Agora can serve as the way we communicate with each other. It's like if we ask, what is the status of this prescription, maybe getting clarification on something. So that's what it serves as, and it's not I wouldn't say it's a third party because it is within our pharmacy system.
But it's not an electronic system. It's actually, is it people that actually process those transfers and can tell you where the prescription is in a transfer, that type of thing?
So it's just the pharmacy itself. So a representative from the pharmacy, and whether it's like the pharmacist or a technician, responding to our requests in terms of, answering these questions that we may have.
So Agora, I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Agora is actually is it a brick and mortar facility?
No, it's not.
Okay.
And I think we just refer to it as Agora, and for some special reason that the owner wanted to call it this, and so that's what the pharmacies may refer to it as.
So it's an electronic means between the two pharmacies?
Yes, and like I said, it does serve as a supplemental to faxing for transfers.
And you said that there are multiple pharmacies that have access to Agora, but none in Arkansas. Are those those pharmacies owned by you? What pharmacies have access to Agora?
So they are pharmacies that we work with and we contract with, but they have different owners.
What kind of contracting are you referring to?
In terms of, we're going to, if a patient is located in this state or the city, there's the option of referring them to that pharmacy to fill the prescriptions.
So is that like if somebody comes in and you're directing, you'll send that through Agora to direct that patient to another pharmacy?
I wouldn't say Agora is definitely is. So if we transfer a prescription to another pharmacy, it's faxed over, and then they also have the option of, getting that transfer through Agora if, let's say, they didn't receive it.
And is that transfer patient initiated, or is it something that you don't have the product, so you pick a pharmacy that you're going to say? How is that transfer initiated?
The transfer is initiated by the patient and by us. So we let them know that there is a pharmacy that we work with in their state, and let them know that this is an option for them. But if not, then we can always transfer to their local pharmacy as well.
I guess I'm trying to see if there's any steering of those patients to a pharmacy that works through Agora.
So the patient always has their choice of pharmacy. So, and that is made clear to them before we transfer it out.
How is that made clear?
We let them know that their prescription will need to be transferred out, and that we have a partner pharmacy available to them in their state. And if they don't want to fill it with them, then we can transfer it to their local pharmacy of choice.
And again, you said currently there are no Agora pharmacies in the state of Arkansas. They don't have any that work with Agora.
Not that I know of, but it does change sometimes, depending on these patient assistance programs that we have. We have different partner pharmacies available, but currently not that I know of.
Okay. Before I move on to my next question about the business model, do any of the board members have any questions about this process?
Yes,
Lack of understanding of it?
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Why are y'all transferring all this out? I'm not understanding that. How do you get patients, and then why do you transfer it out?
Yeah, so we offer, as I mentioned, patient assistance programs. So we work with manufacturers to provide lower copays. And so we fill prescriptions that are not covered by patients' insurances, or maybe they have a high deductible, but we don't actually fill any prescriptions going through insurance. And so those prescriptions do get transferred out because we are not currently contracted with all PBMs, and so we send it over to these local pharmacies.
Okay. Did she answer your question? Okay, I think Dr. Kraus, were you next, and then I get Dr. Jolly?
Yeah, so as I understand it, the prescription comes to you, and you don't have any medications there, right?
No, we do have medications here.
Okay.
And so we do dispense these medications.
And so do you have more medications or medications that you normally don't stock that you purport that you will fill?
So we only fill the medications that we have the patient assistance programs for. So we wouldn't carry any lisinopril or regular generics like we would at a regular retail pharmacy.
So what again is your protocol for transferring it out to another pharmacy?
So our protocol, so once we verify the information and verify eligibility with their insurance, if it is covered by their insurance, we do offer to send it out to their, our partner pharmacy or a local pharmacy of choice with our, attached coupon, our manufacturer coupon that will, lower the copay for them. And then we fax the prescription or verbally transfer the prescription.
And is that something that they're told in writing or they're told verbally?
Yeah, they both, but whether it's, if we, we had different forms of communicating with the patients, but if we're, talking to them on the phone, we will let them know. And if they're not okay with that, then of course, offering to send it to a local pharmacy or via email or chat, those are other forms that we may tell them.
And how does a patient establish a relationship with your pharmacy again?
So because we have these patient assistance programs, it's typically the drug reps that let the that kind of market for us and let the doctor's offices know, if you send this prescription over to Scripps RX, they can get it at a lower copay.
And are these patient assistance programs that you're offering, are they already offered in other pharmacies? I mean, can a regular pharmacy go online and pull up these programs?
Not all of them. Some of them, like one of our medications is limited distribution, so it is only like our pharmacy and our partner pharmacies that can carry the medication. Other ones, the manufacturer coupon does need to come directly from us, and so maybe if they went on the manufacturer website, the coupon might be a little bit different.
So what's the percentage there
Of
of
clarify.
of patient assistance programs that are available out there pretty much nationwide versus only at your facility?
So currently we dispense right now it's only maybe 8 different medications. So if it's not covered by the patient's insurance, they aren't able to fill it at another pharmacy. They would have to go through us. And that's generally the same for all the medications or all our patient assistance programs.
Repeat that for me one more time. I'm sorry.
We currently fill 8 different medications, and if a patient's insurance does not cover the medication, then it can really only be filled through us if the patient wants it. That makes sense. So, if it's one of the drugs we have here was Relafin, and typically, if it's not covered by insurance, it's probably $1,000 plus. And so if it's not covered by insurance, then we can offer it to them at a lower copay. It's usually, 0.15, up to 100 maybe.
Did you say Relafin?
Yeah, correct. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. So are the other drugs that you have there also available generically?
Yes, some of them are. We have Rivent, but there's not a generic available. They have like a alternative, a lower strength or whatnot. So it's not an exact generic switch.
Thank you.
Dr. Jolly?
Yeah, some of my questions were answered from Dr. Krause's, but so you don't adjudicate to PBMs. So it's just a cash business of collecting a copay?
Right. So we do verify eligibility. We confirm, if it is covered or not by their insurance. But it's not, none at our pharmacies actually filled their insurance at the moment.
So the way that patients find out about you guys is really probably through the physician's office?
Yes.
And when you say you only dispense drugs that qualify for patient assistance programs, if the patient qualifies for the patient assistance program?
Right.
So what happens if, due to I'm assuming that's income level driven,
for us, it's not. It's based off of their insurance type. So typically with like all commercial patients, kind of just like any like manufacturer coupon, all commercial patients are typically eligible for our program. Then there are some limitations with, government insurances.
Okay, so you're saying regardless of income level, all patients would qualify?
They may qualify, yes.
What if they don't qualify for patient assistance? Do you guys still fill the prescription?
No, so if they have, Medicare and, maybe we do the prior authorization, still not covered, we let the patient know that they need to get an alternative from the doctor, and then we'll also send a request over to the doctor as well, letting them know that we are not able to fill it.
Okay, and then so the way a lot of patient assistance programs work is the manufacturer sends free drug. Is that your business model, or is it a rebate?
Yeah. So we do not pay for the drugs.
You do not pay for the drugs. All the drugs that you have provided free from the manufacturer.
Currently, yes.
Okay, so you don't have any, I guess, variable costs in your business model where you've got drug product that you paid for,
No.
all free.
Which, that may potentially change too, as we are wanting to, expand the retail side of it. But currently that is our business model.
And that's even for your limited distribution drugs as well?
Yes.
Okay. And then the Agora pharmacy, do they serve as a middleman on the transfer process?
So it's pharmacy to pharmacy. So if we were to communicate through Agora about getting a status update on a prescription, it would be directly to that pharmacy.
Who receives the original prescription? Agora?
So it would be we would, or that pharmacy would.
Who's that pharmacy?
The other pharmacy that, we may transfer that prescription to, or maybe they might transfer to us.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Todd, one more question. Do you ship, where do you ship the product to?
We ship it to like the states that we're licensed in, or we ship it directly to the patient.
Thank
you. Okay, Dr. McCready, was she able to answer all of your concerns?
Well, I have some concerns about the business model, but I don't know that they can be answered. So if I walk into your pharmacy and I've got a prescription, is it an open door pharmacy where people come and go, or is it all closed door?
It is open door, but people rarely come in.
So you rarely have prescriptions come in that are not within your realm of what you dispense.
Right. Yeah, I don't remember the last time somebody actually brought in a prescription for something we fill. Typically, it's either e-scribed or faxed from the doctor's office.
So if that's the case, what is the need for Agora and the transfer of that prescription?
The need to transfer the prescription is because we are not contracted with all PBMs. And so the prescriptions that do go through that are covered by insurance, those need to be transferred out.
So can they go to any pharmacy, or do they have to go to a member pharmacy?
So most of them can go to any pharmacy, but we do have one drug that only our pharmacy and the partner pharmacies have access to.
And what drug is that?
It's called Sprix. Sprix, S-P-R-I-X.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions on this part of it before I move on?
Just one quick, please.
And then Dr. Kraus.
So if you get a prescription and it doesn't qualify for patient assistance, so you're not going to fill it, right? At that point, you're going to transfer it out.
Right. So the option is to transfer it out or to contact the doctor for an alternative.
Okay. So let's say there's no alternative and the patient needs the drug. Do you contact the patient and ask them, what is your preferred pharmacy at that point? Or does it go to Agora Health and do they adjudicate, or do they fill it?
So it depends on the drug. So like Sprix, if CVS, Walgreens, they're not going to be able to order it. So typically we don't go that route because we know that a lot of times when we do try to transfer it there, they're not going to take it. They realize they can't order it. So usually at that point, we'll offer to contact the doctor, discuss, alternative options. Other medications that are not covered by their insurances that, other pharmacies can order, we do let them know that is an option to transfer to, any other pharmacy. And then that pharmacy would end up having to work with their doctor for an alternative.
Do you give them choice of their pharmacy or do you try to steer them toward a network pharmacy?
So we give them choice. typically with our network pharmacies, if it isn't covered, you know, they have to do the same thing. So there's really not much benefit for them to fill it. But yeah, there is always the option to transfer to the local.
How is that option made to that customer?
So when it's covered, so are you talking about just in general, right? Just any transfer? Yeah, so if it's, you know, covered by insurance, or if they don't qualify for our patient assistance program, we let them know, you know, there's a partner pharmacy available that we can transfer to, that can fill the medication, and then also let them know that, you know, they can, if they don't want to do that, they can transfer their prescription over to their local pharmacy. And we facilitate the transfer as well.
So your first step is always to try to steer them to a network.
Well, for like the drug like Sprix, they would have to fill through that network pharmacy. But some patients, you know, they prefer just to go to a local pharmacy to pick up, and, you know, we never let them, we always tell them that's okay. And so we just verbally, you know, transfer those prescriptions over.
Okay. Dr. Jolly, are you
Do you feel for
done?
Do you feel for Medicare patients?
So we don't bill through their insurance.
I should ask the question differently. Do you feel for Medicare eligible patients?
So if there are certain programs that if they do sign, or they attest to like a waiver of using their Medicare insurances, then they may be eligible for it.
Thanks.
Dr. Krause?
Yes. In your agreements with the drug companies, are you required to furnish them with any patient information or anything that
No.
the patient?
No, we wouldn't do that. We do have, you know, even sometimes drug reps will call us and we let them know that you know, we need to contact the doctor's office for updates.
So for clarification, you've been talking about if it's covered by their insurance and that type of thing. But earlier you said all of your product was free product from the manufacturer. So what is there to bill on insurance?
So our pharmacy, we do not bill through insurance. So for patients that their insurance is not covering it, or they have a high deductible, we fill it for them for, you know, potentially $0 or whatever the copay is. But if it is covered by their insurance and it gets transferred out, then that pharmacy will need to buy the product, and they don't get the product for free.
So what determines whether they get the product for free or not?
So their insurance and their coverage.
So if I have insurance and Dr. Jolly doesn't have, and we have the same prescription, and both of our prescriptions come to you and you say, oh, you have insurance, insurance got to pay for yours. You don't, we're going to cover his. Is that a fair assumption?
Sorry, can you repeat that again?
Yeah, if say Dr. Jolly and I both have the same prescription, I have health coverage, so, and he doesn't, you have free product, but since I have health coverage, my insurance has got to pay for mine, so you're not going to fill it. But because he does not have insurance, it's going to be covered and you're going to fill it.
So if your insurance covers it, then it will likely get transferred to, you know, another pharmacy to be filled. So you're still eligible. You're for sure eligible for it. And sometimes people that do have coverage, they do have a lower copay than someone that's not covered. And then for patients that don't have insurance, depending on that patient assistance program, if that is something that we do cover for, then yes, they would be eligible to get the product.
You said likely. Would there ever be a scenario where the insurance would cover it, but you would still be able to provide through patient assistance and would go that route?
So if it is covered by their insurance, let's say it's like $2,000, the coupon will only cover, maybe the coupon might only cover up to a certain amount. And so at that point, we most likely, our pharmacy would fill it.
And so if I own my own pharmacy, do I have access? If I'm not talking about limited distribution drugs, I'm talking about a high cost, non-LDD type drug. Do I have access to the same patient assistance programs through the manufacturer that you do, or do you have ones that are only available to you or your network?
So our coupons are readily available for our pharmacy and our network pharmacies. But let's say if a patient wants to transfer their prescription that, that pharmacy can fill to their CVS, we will send that manufacturer coupon over to them as well, so that they're still able to get it at that low copay. But as far as, accessing it on the manufacturer website, that copay card might be different.
Okay, so I've got to get that from you if I own my own
Yes.
pharmacy. I can't go out and get that myself. You have to sort of initiate that process by sending it to me.
Right. And I believe they can also call us to get it as well. I just don't know the protocol for that.
All right, Dr. Kraus.
I was going to ask, do you have pharmacists that are licensed in the state of Arkansas, and do you transfer those prescriptions to pharmacies that have pharmacists licensed in Arkansas?
So, sorry, can you repeat your question?
If you were doing business in Arkansas, do you have pharmacists there that are licensed as pharmacists in Arkansas, and do you transfer scripts you can't fill to pharmacies that have pharmacists licensed in Arkansas?
Yeah, so based off of our network of pharmacies, I believe there are some that are licensed in Arkansas. I'm assuming they are, or else they wouldn't send those prescriptions to the patients. And then of course, for them to be licensed in Arkansas, they would need a pharmacist to be licensed there as well.
So you don't ask them when that wouldn't be something that right now you ask them, you leave that up to them to decide.
That I do not know. As far as when we are, getting interest from other pharmacies, I don't know what the whole process is of like what information they actually provide. They probably provide us like which states that they are licensed in, and we collect like their license numbers. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not involved in that process, but I could definitely get you more information on it.
Any other discussion? It's like I kind of understand it and I kind of don't. It's kind of confusing. Does everyone else kind of feel the same way? Okay.
I wonder if there's any desire on the board members to maybe have a list of those pharmacies so we can verify licensure or that of their contracted pharmacies or anything like that. I don't know whether that's something that.
So what's the confusion of the business model, or is it of the Agora and the pharmacies? Like, what can I clarify?
It's kind of, for me, it's kind of a mixture of all of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not.
It's very different.
Coming through is very clear. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Oh, no, sorry. No, it is a very different business model. I don't really know other pharmacies that do this. But just, from beginning to end, the way our business is, so a doctor's office will send us a prescription. Usually they will hear about us from the drug rep. And then they will, ask the patient if they wanted to send it to our pharmacy for potential lower copay. At that point, when that prescription, once we receive that prescription, we contact the patient, and then we, verify eligibility, collect their address, confirm allergies and medication history. And then if they are eligible for the program, whether it's, they don't have insurance coverage, their prescription is not covered, they have a high deductible. We typically will fill those prescriptions in-house at our pharmacy. If it is covered by their insurance, so if it's, Medicare, if it's covered, we can't apply coupons to that. So that's the copay that they will have to pay, or whether it's like commercially approved and it's within our coupon limits, those typically will need to be transferred out to the partner pharmacies or their local pharmacy to be filled. And then, our pharmacy here is licensed in about 10 states. So we will ship those medications directly to the patient.
I think my confusion is you stated that you don't buy any drugs, that you get all your drugs free from the manufacturer. So how can you bill insurance for something you receive for free?
So we don't bill insurance, right? So I'm not asking the insurance to pay us, $1,000 for this prescription. We have an eligibility tool to verify whether it is covered or not, if it's active insurance. And then at that point, if it is covered by their insurance, we're not billing it. That gets transferred out to another pharmacy so that they can bill the insurance to fill the medication.
So I think Dr. Jolly asked earlier if this was an income-based type eligibility. And I thought you said no, but.
Right, yeah, it's not based off of income. It's typically based off of their insurance, the type of insurance that they may have.
Okay. There's a couple of other questions about the model if you want me to move on, if nobody else has any other questions. Dr. Krause? Also in the application, it talks in here that you function as a call center. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so I think I use this term a little loosely. So when I say we function as a call center environment, it's no different than, a CVS calling a patient when they receive a prescription or letting them know it's ready for pickup. So my technicians, they will call the patient once we receive the prescription. We'll contact them, 3 times to try to get them to return our phone call to see if they want to fill their medication. So that's typically what our what we call calling technicians do.
Okay. So do you often get prescriptions for patients that you've actually never seen and that have never contacted you, that maybe come from the doctor and you have to contact that patient?
Yeah, so that is most of them are like that. In terms of we don't have any relation with them. But sometimes the patient already knows based off of like maybe the manufacturer website that they can send their prescription over to us to fill out that lower copay, or like I said, the doctor's office will let them know that they can or we can potentially fill it for them.
Okay, so when you say call center, you don't mean that you take calls from in and send them out to other places. This is just, it's within your facility. Okay.
Right.
I think those are the questions I had regarding the business model. If anybody else has any questions.
I had one more, Dr. McCready. So you said the majority of your business is driven within the physician's office, right?
Yes.
Where they refer the patient to your pharmacy. But how do they know at the time how do they know if the insurance is going to cover it or not at that time?
They don't. So ideally, the drug rep or whoever is marketing for us, they would let the doctor offices know, like, we can't fill Medicare, we can fill, it's only for commercial patients. And so that's, I would say, up to the office to understand like what kind of insurance they have. And so they usually they don't know. And so
no, they don't.
So a lot of times, or not, I wouldn't say a lot of times, but sometimes when we do receive those prescriptions and they have government insurance, and we would have to let the patient know that we wouldn't be able to fill it for them. So doctor's offices don't necessarily know. They don't necessarily like filter out like which prescriptions they can send to us. because they don't always know. Sometimes Medicare will cover it, sometimes they will not, or like commercial, same thing. So they send it to us, or maybe even like a local pharmacy at the same time, to see which one can actually fill the medication for the patient.
Right, but you're making that determination. The patient's pharmacy that they normally use doesn't even get a chance to do a determination based on this business model, is what it sounds like to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's dozens of different plans out there, and a lot of times the only way unless you just have experience with or a certain plan doesn't cover something, you find that out at the point of adjudication at the pharmacy, and then there may have to be a prior authorization process or something like that. So but if the prescription is already being sent to you guys at the point of prescribing, based on the drug reps trying to drive that business or driving that business to you guys, I just have some concerns about patient freedom of choice.
Yeah. So the doctor's offices, they know to offer, well, they should know to offer the patient the choice of pharmacy. They do let them know, like they do offer, sending the prescription over to us, because Scripts Rx may potentially get this to you at a lower copay. If that's okay, we'll send this over to them. So the patients that we do contact, they are expecting a call from us, because they know that we're most likely going to be able to fill a medication for them.
Dr. Jolly, it sounds like the doctor's sending it over there in hopes they can give it to them for free because the manufacturer paid for it, whereas another pharmacy supposedly cannot give it to them for free. But then if insurance covers it, they just scoot it over to the pharmacy anyway and don't fill it. I mean, it sounds like to me it's the doctor trying to get them a free prescription, but I don't know if I'm accurate.
Well, so there are benefits of using our pharmacy. It should be, a lot of these prescriptions that we do fill, may require prior authorizations. And so when sometimes they'll send it to their local pharmacy, they do the prior authorization, it takes 7 to 10 days, and then it ends up being rejected. We will end up having to transfer that prescription over from that pharmacy, or the doctor's office will have to send it to us directly.
So why would your prior authorization be approved and theirs isn't?
No, so our prior authorization is not approved. We're just able to fill it at that low copay without necessarily going through the prior authorization process.
Yeah. So I think the biggest trouble that the board members are having is that in Arkansas, we have a very clear patient freedom of choice and freedom of selection. Mm-hmm. And the concern is that there are potentially drug reps of pharmaceutical companies telling prescribers, hey, if you think your patient might have trouble paying for this, there's a pharmacy associated with us that can probably get it for them for free, not knowing if they actually can or not until you get it and see. So the patients are the physicians largely are going to be thinking, you know what, it's a brand name drug. It's like drug samples. They could get it free if I refer the patient over to this unknown pharmacy. The patient is going to think that also, and then gets a call of, we can't get it for free, but this other pharmacy we're associated with could help you get a good deal on it. And it literally is steering people away for a promise that is if it was a car, we'd call it a bait and switch potential, even though at times you are successful and at times you wind up being the backup they have to go to for the patient assistance program. This is the issue that a lot of boards of pharmacy have.
Yeah, for sure. I'm saying that's
the fact that drug companies are choosing very specific pharmacies as their sole source for patient assistance programs, or to help with non-payment by insurance or indigent patient programs.
Yeah, I do understand your concern, and we do give patients the freedom of choice of whichever pharmacy, besides the limited distribution drugs. As far as when the drug reps are at the doctor's offices, they do provide forms of, the medications that, the manufacturer offers. And these forms can be sent anywhere. So they don't list like Scripps Rx Pharmacy and only have our address and fax number. These can be sent to their local pharmacy if that's what they would prefer.
Yeah, that's not what it sounded like to me earlier. And I think the problem for you or any other person in a pharmacy like this is you actually don't know what the drug reps say because you have no control over it and you have no access to that conversation. It's anyone's guess what is actually said once they get in that office. So.
Okay, Dr. Kraus,
Yeah. So
then Dr. McCready.
can you explain to me your relationship with these drug reps? Because I'm sitting here trying to remember who was the manufacturer of Relafin, and I mean, what drug reps are out there peddling Relafin now?
So we do not, I don't have any relationship with these reps.
What about your company?
No. So if a rep calls in, I can't release any patient information, even when they're calling on behalf of a doctor, we don't associate ourselves with the reps.
What do they get for pushing that product?
Well, I guess that's just their commission. I don't know and it's not necessarily like they get commission for sending them to us. They get commission for sending it to any pharmacy.
Okay, thank you.
From what I understand.
Okay, Dr. McCready.
The application has a specific question on it about having a sales and marketing team. When you say drug rep, these are not people that work for your company. These are manufacturer drug reps.
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have a sales marketing people that go out to the doctors and say, we have all these drugs, we have these programs, et cetera, that are available to your patients.
Not currently, but we have. I haven't specifically done that in the past, but we have talked about doing that. But nobody that's employed at our pharmacy does that.
Is contacting the physician's office.
Unless if there's patient issues, then someone from the pharmacy will call them and try to solve that for them.
Yeah, just trying to be sensitive of time and the people that we have that were waiting on their 11 o'clock and 11:30 appointment. I think that we keep circling around the same stuff again and again. So I think, the board members need to consider if you are ready to either make some sort of decision on this application or if we just need to reschedule another amount of time at a later date.
What do y'all have to say?
Well, can we ask Dr. McCready? I mean, I get it. It's an unusual thing and we may not particularly like the thing, but is it acceptable? Do you think there's a problem?
My concern is patient steering and the Arkansas requirement for freedom of choice.
And if you accepted their application and we got a complaint to that, then the board would have the opportunity to hear that complaint and determine punishment on the pharmacy and pharmacist.
My thought would, and we can discuss it, but my thought would be to grant the permit simply because I think the doctor's sending it over there hoping it's going to cost them less. And then if they really have insurance, they don't fill it anyway. So it seems to me like they're only filling it if the patient's going to get it for free or if they're eligible. So.
And my only concern is at that point, them sending it through their Agora pharmacies to fill it rather than telling the doctor, we can't fill this, send it to the patient's pharmacy of choice. Because I don't know about your doctor, but my doctor has my pharmacy of choice on record.
Right.
Well, and two, I wonder if we license them, if there's an Arkansas pharmacist on staff and if their member pharmacies have an Arkansas pharmacist licensed on staff too, and how are we going to know that?
Well, they'd have to have an Arkansas licensed pharmacist on staff to be able to legally ship into the state.
And she is licensed with us.
Okay.
I mean, she's licensed. I mean, that other pharmacies, I mean, that's on them. I mean, they know they have to have an Arkansas licensed pharmacist. So that would be for, I mean, that they would be in violation of our law, but she is licensed with us.
She is.
How would we know
Know what?
if she transferred it out to another pharmacy and whether or not that pharmacy was transferred out to had a licensed pharmacist there or not?
If they ship into Arkansas, they are required to have a permit with us and an Arkansas licensed pharmacist. And if we find out that they are violating that, then we can bring them in before the board. And whether they're permitted or not, if they're violating Arkansas law by avoiding a license, we could still have a hearing on them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it happens on, I mean, regular basis where somebody goes out of state for a doctor's appointment or whatever and gets a prescription and, you know, they want it sent somewhere and they're not licensed, so they have to use somewhere else. I mean, I'm sure that's, I mean, but that's on that pharmacy itself. I mean, that's on the pharmacies being transferred to. I mean, that's their liability. If they want to take that chance, I mean, that's on them.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion as to what we're going to do here?
Well, I'll make a motion, we grant it and see where we get.
Is that motion going to be seconded?
In support of Debbie, I will second it.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Let me see a show of hands. Okay, those that are not in favor of the motion, show of hands. Okay, like the motion passes.
Dr. Chow, I will, the motion is passed. Yes, I will get this to our licensing people and get it processed. And if there, Dr. McCready, I don't think there was any other issues. And so we should get it sent out within the next few days.
Thank you so much.
I think you need to ensure that you understand it's patient choice in this state, and y'all better be offering that, because if not, you'll be back before the board and then it would be a problem.
Yes, understood.
We won't be so slow.
And can you also send us that list of drugs that you are dispensing, please?
Yeah, so list of drugs. Did you want the list of pharmacies?
Yes, it won't hurt. Yeah, we'll take that also.
And you can email them. I think you've already got Dr. McCready's email, or you've got mine. You can just email them to one of us.
Okay, it may take me a little time to get the list of pharmacies, if that's okay.
That's fine. Just whenever you get it. Just, I mean,
Okay.
how much time?
Maybe like a couple, like 1 or 2 days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not bad.
Not a problem at all.
Okay, and these are just all pharmacies, not just the ones licensed in Arkansas?
Correct.
Okay. Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And John, we have Kathy Lord next, and we also have David Kane, who is also on here. So if both of y'all will listen, Dr. Kirtley, if you'll go through the introductions here, both of y'all will listen. Maybe you only have to do it once.
Absolutely. So both of you guys have an issue before the board. I'm going to tell you that the people you see on screen, we've got Luke Daniel is the board's legal counsel. Dr. Fain is one of our inspector investigators. Dr. McCready is our assistant director. And Ms. Jennifer Bergen is our all things IT to make sure that our Zoom is working and functioning. Everyone else you see on the screen, Dr. Lenore Newsom, who's our president and the chair of this committee, Dr. Rodney Richmond, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, and Dr. Becca Mitchell and Dr. Debbie Mack are all board members and decision makers here today. We call this an informal conference because we're not swearing everyone in. We're trying to have kind of an open discussion back and forth between you and our board. At the end of this discussion, the board members will come up with a suggestion for some action like you've just seen. The important thing is you have the opportunity to either agree or disagree with it. You don't have to do it right now on screen with us, but whatever the board suggests that we do, Mr. Daniel would put in writing and present to you if needed so that you can make that choice. If you choose to go with what the board has said, we just go forth and continue from there. If not, it is a chance where either the board or you may call it to a full hearing at a later date. If it's an application, it's something where you can say, well, instead of that, I'm just going to say, forget this and walk away instead of having a hearing. But on other issues, it usually punts it to a full hearing. Do you guys have any questions about how this process works? Okay. If at any point, if you have a question about something that's going on or need to tell us something during your time, by all means, stop us, wave your hands, get our attention. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Daniel, and I think he's also going to include Dr. McCready to start off with Dr. Lord. And I know the board members are going to hear kind of our side of what we have that we have made available to them today electronically. And then I know they're going to want to talk to you about it as well. Mr. Daniel?
Thank you. And this is a prescription error. It was a complaint that was filed with the board back in December. So I'll turn it over to Dr. McCready. She looked into the allegations in this complaint, and I'll turn it over to her.
You're muted. Muted. Muted.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
We received a complaint from a patient that she had received the wrong medication. The doctor was to call in an antifungal medication. She picked up the prescription lamotrigine, and I'm trying to remember. She took the medication as indicated, said she had a severe reaction overnight. She was uncomfortable all night with severe rash and finally got up about 3 o'clock. She researched the medication and found that it had no use as an antifungal, and she contacted CVS and at that point was informed about the error. And I'm going to let Cassie kind of go into this and talk about what happened. The patient said she wasn't counseled and felt like had she been counseled, maybe this error would not have happened. So I'm going to turn it over to Cassie and let her explain how that happened.
Okay, Ms. Lord, Dr. Lord.
So his wife picked up the prescription for him and she was not counseled at pickup.
Okay, and that was a new prescription?
It was a new prescription.
And why did counseling not occur?
So I rely on my technicians or whoever is ringing out the prescription to identify new prescriptions so that I can be flagged for counseling. And I was working with a technician that day that she's part-time. She has another job, so she doesn't work a lot. And she did not identify that it was a new prescription and that I needed to be pulled aside for the counsel.
Okay. So what happened? What medication did the patient receive?
The patient received the prescription that was sent over electronically. Lamotrigine was sent over and lamotrigine was filled. So the prescription was filled correctly. It was an error at the prescriber's office. They sent the wrong prescription initially. So it was filled correctly. It just was not counseled.
So with counseling, you would have realized, or the patient would have realized that this is the wrong drug. So it goes back to counseling.
Yeah, more than likely.
Mm-hmm. So what did you do?
The next day, so when I came in the next morning, my night pharmacist let me know that the patient had called during the night and that he claimed he was supposed to get, Lamisil, and that I look at the e-script and everything on our end was right. And that was first thing in the morning at 8 o'clock. And I think before 8:15, the patient called again, and we went over it. He was very upset. I reached out to the prescriber's office, let them know what was going on, and they called back like 20 or 30 minutes later and sent the correct prescription that was then filled.
Okay. Did you have any more communication with the patient after the second fill? The
Yeah,
second
so
prescription?
as soon as I got the second prescription, which was Lamisil, filled and ready, I called the patient to let them know that it was ready, they could pick it up. And he sent someone else, his brother-in-law, to come pick it up for him, so.
Okay. But any more communication with that family or that person?
Not regarding that incident, they still use our pharmacy, but nothing regarding that.
Okay.
And I think the board's issue was, again, that the lamotrigine was filled and there was no counseling done. And both the technician and the pharmacist stated when I spoke with them and in their statements that there was not counseling done. And we felt like that because of that, they did need to come into the board, even though the actual original error originated in the physician's office.
Dr. Kraus and Dr. Jolly next.
At what point was the prescription reviewed by a pharmacist?
So it came over as an e-script. So it would have been reviewed then at data entry, and then it would have been reviewed a second time for product verification. So it would have been reviewed twice.
So the pharmacist put it in the computer and then the pharmacist checked the drug that was in the bottle.
Yes, and it was all correct.
Any other questions, Dr. Kraus? Okay, Dr. Jolly?
I may have missed this part because I was reading the summary of the hearing, so I apologize if I'm being redundant here, but did the patient actually take any of the lamotrigine? Do we know?
Yeah, so I believe they did. Yeah, I believe they did. Whenever I spoke to whenever I spoke to the patient the first time, he was very, very upset and I couldn't get hardly any information out of him. But to figure out what exactly was going on, his main focus was for me to get the correct prescription and fix the mistake.
Dr. Jolly, according to the statement that in the complaint, he took it that one night.
One dose.
I have a question. Do you still rely on a technician or whomever to make sure that you counsel?
Yes, I have no choice. There's no hard stop mechanism built into the system to stop it at the register. So I still have to rely on them. Day to day, I'm at the register a lot, cashiering, so I can identify those prescriptions myself. If there's something specific that I need to talk about or that I want to question, I can add a forced note, which puts a hard stop. But if there's no issue with the prescription, it can go through the register, no problem, without any intervention from the pharmacist for a counsel. So I do still rely on the technicians for that flag.
So the CVS system doesn't have a hard stop on all new prescriptions?
It does not. There is print on the bag. It says counsel new drug or something similar, but it can go all the way through the register without, putting in anything to say that, hey, this patient's been counseled. And then there's a step in my computer queue to where I say I've counseled, but the prescription can go all the way through, and I would never know until I saw that second queue.
So do you notice it later on that you didn't counsel? Not on that particular instance, but let's say the technician sold it and it went home, and then you have to go in and tell it that you counseled. Would you recognize the ones you didn't, so you could at least call the patient?
Okay, so there's two different counsels that I would sign off on. The first one's just like a general, it says new prescription and you say counseled, but that's just on the patient name. So if you recognize the name and you recognize, hey, I didn't talk to this person, you could counsel. The second ones that we sign off on are, like I mentioned before, if I put a forced note on there or there's a big drug interaction, it pulls all that information up as well. So you could remember that part. But if there's no flag from the pharmacist or a DUR that the system pulls, you would have to remember solely off the patient's name.
I guess more importantly, do you ensure each day the tech you're working with understands what they're supposed to do?
Yes, absolutely. So as soon as I ran into this issue, I had individual private conversations with each technician, explained thoroughly what happened, and that even though we didn't necessarily do anything wrong, there was still an error that we could have potentially stopped. Made it very clear that they have to ask. So now, I mean, they know they have to ask, have you had this before? And if the patient says no, or if they don't know, one second. I'm sorry, my Roomba started going. So they know they have to ask that now. If it's a new drug, I have to talk to them, whether it slows down the line, slows down the drive-through, it has to happen. If it is not a new drug, they are to ask, do you have any questions? So I am listening for that all day to make sure that it's being done every single transaction.
Are you the only pharmacist there?
There are 2 night pharmacists. I have another staff pharmacist, but we have no overlap. So it is one pharmacist on duty at a time.
How many prescriptions a day are you filling?
Monday, we did close to 500.
And in your shift?
So the only prescriptions that are filled at night would be the ready fills. They drop at 2 a.m. plus whatever's brought in from like a walk-in clinic or emergency room. And that's roughly, let's see, 100, maybe 150. So I probably, I 200 or 300 maybe.
And immunizations, having to do immunizations and that type of thing also?
Yeah, immunizations, counsels, phone calls, transfers. It's never stopped. It's minute to minute every day.
Okay. And I will say that Dr. Lord and I did talk when this happened, and she did tell me at that time that she had discussed the issue with all of her staff, and pretty much everything she's told you today is what we talked about that day also, as far as making some changes.
Dr. Mitchell, and then Dr. Richmond.
I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm looking through the screenshots, I guess, from the prescription history for this patient, and it looks like an OTC terbinafine cream was received on the same day as the lamotrigine, but it wasn't filled as a prescription. But I'm wondering how that process works when you get an e-script for OTC. Like, did the pharmacist ever see that? Because to me, like the Lamictal lamotrigine mix-up is sort of a classic salad drug example. And if I had gotten lamotrigine for a new patient along with a prescription for topical terbinafine, that would have been a big red flag for me that maybe this is potentially an error. So I'm just curious, do both of those go to the pharmacist, or does one get canceled and the pharmacist never sees it? How does that process work?
Right. So I seen that as well, and I had the same thought. Like, if I would have seen the Lamictal cream, maybe I would have thought about it. But when those prescriptions come over any e-script, they go to what we call QT for triage. And I try to type in there as well, but it's really just a free for all. It's like whoever can get in there and type a few in between whatever else is going on. So what I would think would happen is that Sarah, the technician that does not work very much, probably saw it's an over-the-counter cream and she put it on hold. Because I never saw that prescription that day. I didn't see it till I went back and printed those screenshots, because my regular technicians, we fill everything. If it comes over as OTC, we still fill it, or they know to at least print the screenshot to put it in the basket so we can let the patient know, hey, this was also called in. You can grab it right out here. So I assume Sarah put that prescription on hold because it's OTC, and that was kind of their process before I started.
Okay, and then my last question is, it's kind of rhetorical, but asking the patient if they've had the medication before, does that meet the requirements for Arkansas regulations for counseling?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
That's how we determine if it's a new medication that would need counseling.
The reg says shall counsel.
Yes,
Okay,
on
Doc.
new medications.
You'd be next.
So
So I don't think your cashiers or your technicians checking people out at the counter. In fact, I don't think, I know. It's them just asking the patient, have you had this before? That is not sufficient. That still is considered not counseling.
Well, that's not the counsel part.
that's determining if you should counsel, but is there not a new way on your label, your receipt or something that lets them know it's a new medication without asking the patient? Or tells them that it needs to be counseled?
Yeah, so it does print on the label. Sometimes it says new prescription counsel. But a lot of times they're new prescriptions, but they're a refill, like the prescription was out
They're
of
a new number,
refills.
but they've already had it.
Right. Or it's a transfer, or a lot of things.
You'd be better
With-
suited counseling on every new number, probably, just so you don't run into this.
And I think part of that's probably a CVS corporate question
Richmond and Indiana.
as to how they do that.
My understanding is that you can't basically ask the patient if they want to be counseled or they think they should be counseling. You have
It's
to
not an
tell
option.
them the pharmacist is going to counsel you on this, and
Yeah,
then they
that's
can
what happens.
refuse. But
Yeah,
just
that is what
saying
happens.
it's just new.
If it's a new medication, I have to counsel them. They're not allowed to say, yeah, I've had it, but I had a conversation with the doctor. I have to talk to them.
Okay, that
Okay,
makes me feel a little bit better.
okay, Dr. Richmond and then Dr. Kraus.
Dr. Lord, can you tell me what dose of Lamictal was dispensed?
I haven't looked at it since I sent it to the board, so I don't know.
Well, terbinafine oral comes in a 250 milligram tablet, right?
Right.
Does anybody from the board know what strength was actually dispensed?
I'm looking to see if it's in here.
In the
I'd like to know
file,
that.
it shows 150 milligrams.
I couldn't see that, and maybe I didn't dispense or
Yeah, farther down, and I might have accidentally covered it up when I was redacting a patient name and all of the information that might have redacted part of that, but it shows 150 milligram tablet.
okay, then good. That's helpful. Quick question, and continuing that line of questioning, Dr. Lord, had this patient ever had Lamictal before?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with the dosing of Lamictal?
I'm familiar that it has to be a titrated dose, but I don't know, it's something I'd have to look up.
Okay. So at least you're familiar that it requires titration.
Yes.
Okay. And the minimal titration dose would start at a 12.5 or 25 milligram dose, not 150 milligram dose, right?
Right.
So for a patient who has never had Lamictal filled on their profile before, and yet you get a 150 milligram dose, it would seem to me that this would trigger a drug utilization review problem that would require communication either with the patient and or the doctor to confirm that, have you been on this dose before? Because do you know what the reason is that requires that titration?
Yes, due to Stevens-Johnson syndrome. And that is something I should have caught. The computer did not give me any DUR on it. It was, simply a lesson that I need to slow down and take more time in verification.
Okay. can you tell me, do the regulations in Arkansas make it incumbent upon the computer system to do the DUR, or is it incumbent on the pharmacist?
Don't know the answer to that.
Well, the answer is that it's the pharmacist who is required to do a drug utilization review. A computer system is simply a tool. It's nothing more or less than a drug database, a book, a chart, a slide rule, a calculator, algorithms, treatment guidelines, whatever. It's simply a tool to use, but it's incumbent on the pharmacist to do that drug utilization review. So it would seem in this case that in getting a prescription for Lamictal 150 milligrams for a patient who has never been on Lamictal before, and given the concern for Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which could you just in a sentence or two describe that for those who may not be familiar with that reaction?
Your skin would slough off.
Okay. So, and the patients actually require treatment in a burn unit. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is not just a rash, but it's a very severe. I mean, patients might describe it as a rash, but it's a very severe reaction. Yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay. So I have concern that not only did patient counseling not occur, but that before patient counseling would even been called for, that there should have been a drug utilization review, in which case the patient could have been involved and said, have you ever been on this medication before? And the answer would have been no, in which case then that discussion ensues and the drug never would have been dispensed. So the error could have been prevented even further upstream than patient counseling.
Yes, it could have. And I realized that when I went back and reviewed everything, and which is why I said I needed to slow down.
Okay. Do you think that the concern about needing to slow down, is that more your own personal practice, or do you feel that the system within which you work, I mean, do you have enough staff? Does the workflow, the way it's designed, does that support you in any way? Or, I mean, is this more on Dr. Lord, or is this more on the pharmacy system within which you function?
Yeah, I think it's more just being a retail pharmacist and the pressure to operate it like a fast food restaurant.
Thank you for your candor.
Okay, Dr. Kraus.
Yes. It's an amazing symphony of errors here. I was wondering if you know if this was reported to the medical board or at least reported to the physician.
Yeah, so I called the physician that morning after I was made aware by my night pharmacist, and my first phone call with the patient. I called the prescriber, spoke with his nurse. She said, okay, let me look and call you back. And she called back and was like, I'm really sorry about that. We just sent the right one. And I didn't have any follow-up with it after that. I don't know if he also reported it to the medical board. He still uses that prescriber.
Okay, any other comments? Everybody's so still, it looked like everybody was frozen for a moment. Dr. Mack, did you have any more comments? Okay. So what is the will of the board? Dr. Kraus.
Like I said, I think it's very unfortunate. I don't know how many pharmacists out there would have caught this, regardless of the system that they're in. The physician sent an order that was the wrong drug. A lot of our patients don't get their prescriptions all at one place. And so, if they were started on Lamictal, if they went through a pharmacy outside the state to get brand name Lamictal, you don't know, what ensued there. It's very unfortunate. You should try to counsel, but I do believe the patient has the right to refuse counseling. I think the physician shares the majority of the blame in this because he wrote for the wrong drug. But I would be for $250 investigative fee and move on.
Okay, but we did have
I
a little
think
patient
there-
harm here. Excuse me.
And I think there needs to be some required CE on medication errors.
Dr. Kraus?
I will also say that that potentially with somebody else picking up the patient's drugs, I don't know if they would have known whether or not they had been on it or if they knew how to take that medication or not. You know, when somebody else is picking up somebody else's medication, you don't always know if they may just be coming in there to get it and leave. And if the wife or the husband has any questions, they'll call you. That's what I've seen personally.
But I do think it's our responsibility to charge her for not counseling. And I think her responsibility is to ensure that the tech, because I totally get that. And pharmacists that do totally rely on the techs end up in this position. So it's not whether your system, you put a 1 or a 2 in like another company, that still doesn't make it happen to counsel. They can easily just let that go anyway. So I think it's a matter of each pharmacist really working with their staff to ensure that they see all the new prescriptions, and they have to do it different at different places. But I mean, that really is her responsibility to see to it that it happens.
Was this reported to CVS?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And can their system be programmed for a hard halt on new prescriptions?
I can't answer that. I'm sure it could, but I don't know.
Okay.
What's happening is they're not wanting to counsel on the ones the patient had taken before, which that's an interpretation that every state board finds a little differently. They're called like reassigned prescriptions, if you will. So they're trying, the CVS system in a way is trying to circumvent. If I say I've already taken it, then they don't want to counsel. So, and our rule doesn't say that every new number has to be counseled like some states do, but I think as a pharmacist, if they can see on their terminal if they've taken it before, so putting all that responsibility on the tech may not be the best route to go.
I agree.
Any other comments?
Dr. Kraus, you want to amend your motion to add 3 hours of CE?
I would have no problems with that.
So right now we have $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost and 3 hours of CE on medication errors.
Did I get a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, Dr. Jolly. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Or raise your hand.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Hey, Dr. Lord, what I'll do is I'll put this in writing and get this to you. It's a $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost. It's not a fine. It's not any type of disciplinary action. Also, 3 hours of CE on medication errors. But I will get this to you in writing, and if you agree to do that to resolve this, then that's the end of it.
Yeah, that's great with me.
And again, if something comes up, you will have the right. If you don't want to, you can always come to a formal hearing. But I'll get this in a letter to you in writing, and then, like I said, this is not reportable. I don't know if you're licensed in other states, but this is not reported in any national data bank. It's not reported in any other state. It's just literally a letter that goes in your file. So,
Okay.
But I'll get that to you in writing, and you'll have time to pay that fine and to get proof of the CE sent in.
Okay.
All right,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. You take care.
You too. Thanks.
We have one more this morning. Dr. David is Kane. Am I saying that right?
Yes, Kane.
Dr. David Kane, we have him. He was scheduled at 11:30 this morning. And Dr. Kane, you heard Dr. Kirtley earlier kind of walk through the process about what happens today.
Yes.
Okay, you have any questions about anything? I mean, about the
No.
process itself before we get started?
I have no questions.
Okay. Dr. Kane, Dr. Newsom, this is a application for pharmacist licensure by reciprocity. He did mark yes that he had been subject to disciplinary action before and had marked yes to the criminal history question. He did included in what the board members have. You have his application. You also have a 3-page statement from him that kind of outlines his criminal history and these disciplinary actions. Just a quick summary. In 2008, he had a DWI conviction. This was or a BAC of 0.12. In 2012, he had another DWI conviction with a BAC of 0.09. And actually, this DWI in 2012 was the morning after drinking. So at BAC, it probably reduced quite a bit. He had gotten some sleep over that or through that night. So he does have those 2 DWI convictions, 08, 2012. In 2012, he went to outpatient rehab for alcohol issues, and I'll let him get into a little more about what that consisted of. 2009, he was arrested on a firearms charge. This happened at his home, and I'll let him explain that in a little more detail. The California State Board of Pharmacy Discipline is all related to these charges. He has nothing. There's nothing else that from other incidents or that has to actually do with working in a pharmacy or conducting pharmacy business. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Newsom.
Hi, Dr. Kane, how you doing?
I am doing good.
Good. Can you tell me a little bit about these incidences? I realized that they were like over 10 years ago or nearly 10 years ago.
So during pharmacy school, I did go to a Korean karaoke bar with my girlfriend back then, and I was pretty tired, but then I still decided to drive back while after drinking a bit of soju, which is a Korean liquor, and on the way back, I passed out and ended up crashing on the median of the highway in Sacramento. So Sacramento, I was driving to Stockton, but yeah, I didn't get very far. And that's where I got my initial DUI. I was given first offense charges on that, and I guess DUI class requirements and community service, which I did fulfill successfully. As for the firearm incident, I was not arrested. I was taken to the police station to get fingerprinted, but I was not charged for the incident. I was driving home, and I did from one of my rotations. It was my 3rd year in pharmacy school, and I passed up a car illegally, somewhat while entering a residential area, and that car decided to follow me all the way to my girlfriend's house. And at that time, I pretty much stayed at my girlfriend's house most of the time, and my girlfriend's mom was getting some form of threat from someone that was trying to extort her for something. So I stored my firearm at her place, it was a shotgun that I bought at the Stockton gun store due to a number of events that have occurred to fellow pharmacy students and on campus and off campus and at their residences. So yeah, after the guy followed me home, I waited in my car, waiting, just hearing this guy yelling at me through the windshield to get out of my car. And at that moment, I saw my shotgun just sitting there in the garage. And so, yeah, I did run out and grab it real quick and told the guy to, get out of here. I was concerned for my girlfriend's family safety because it was not only her, but her mom lived there. And the guy was not, he was twice my size. His van was parked in the middle of the street. I didn't want to take any chances. It didn't sound like he was there to have a nice chat with me or anything. He was yelling at me. And so, yeah, I was detained for a moment, but in the end, I was not charged with anything. And in fact, the firearm was returned back to me. I no longer own any firearms. Yeah, well, that is that. But yeah, I mean, I did learn my lesson to not aggravate Stockton residents.
Okay.
As for that the second DUI, after the first DUI, I have not I've never drank and drove. The second one, it was just, yeah, I guess it's another lesson learned about how long alcohol remains in your body. I didn't drink and drive the night before. It was Halloween. It did turn out to just end up drinking more than what I normally would. But I did spend the night at my friend's house. In the morning, he had to go to work, so I decided I need to go home. So on my way home, I got stuck in the middle of an intersection when it was turning red. The car in front of me would not move, so as I honked at him, he finally moved. There was an accident nearby, and I wasn't sure if the person was just rubbernecking and just taking his time. So yeah, there were police nearby, and I had no idea that honking was gonna get me pulled over, and that's exactly what he got mad about, that I honked at the car in front of me. And so yeah, he pulled me over, and as soon as I got pulled over, he smelled alcohol coming from my car. So that's when he decided to do the breathalyzer. And it appeared that I did not pass. So I did get reduced charge of wet reckless, but yeah, it does appear that, like a second DUI. However, right now, yeah, it was a tough lesson on that part because I really thought I was doing everything that I could to stay out of trouble. And so, yeah, I enrolled in rehab at that time, and took a 3-month, 3 days, so 3 hours, 3 days a week for 3 months, while also working full-time graveyard shifts. Went to countless AA meetings, which I have records of too. And yeah, I no longer drink. I did stop drinking for a year, after that incident, I do drink occasionally here now and there, but yeah, I'm not drinking very often at all. In fact, I have a 3-year-old right now, so yeah, I have no time for that. So, any questions, I guess?
Yeah, well, what brings you to the state of Arkansas?
So I work for Alpha Script Pharmacy. We're a specialty pharmacy out in San Carlos, California. We only deliver through courier locally, but we also mail using FedEx and the post office. And I guess management is trying to expand our opportunities by having us get licensed in other states. I currently have 4 other states, but along with California and Arkansas. It turns out that the person who was the backup for our Arkansas license has moved. So Arkansas does require on-site pharmacist. And so I am going to be that backup pharmacist, or I was assigned to be the backup pharmacist for Alpha Square, even though we don't really ship anything to Arkansas, or I don't think we have ever as of yet, but it is just something that we're pursuing. I believe we are licensed in Arkansas though already, but.
All right, thank you. Does any other board members have any questions of this candidate for reciprocity?
And like I said, this is a reciprocity candidate, so his license will not be granted today. He'll still have to go through, whatever. It'll just be either grant a waiver for his criminal history.
Okay.
I do want to add that the initial accusation from the board was dismissed and was reduced to a fine penalty.
But the one in California?
The one in California. And for the second DUI, I was not given an accusation. I was just presented with a fine.
Okay, Dr. Kraus?
I see no problem in allowing this guy to reciprocate.
Do I get a second to his motion? Okay, Dr. Mack?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. A hand raised?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, any nays? The motion passes.
All right.
Congratulations.
Dr. Kane, they've given you a waiver for your criminal history and disciplinary matters. You'll still need to get with Ms. Sweet at our office about, testing and the other reciprocity measures.
Yes, and I already have those scheduled.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. That's all we have today. Thank you, Dr. Kane.
All right. Thank you.
We've got, that's all for the morning. We've got coming back at 1 o'clock, and that's about 40 minutes. Is that enough time for everybody? We have a doctor from UAMS that's scheduled to be here at 1 o'clock just to give some quick testimony. So I'd hate to have him delayed if he's taken away from his patients. So if we could start back at 1, if that works for everybody. And like I said, we've got, and y'all looked at the schedule. We should have a short afternoon. I don't know that the 1 o'clock's, that's something that's already been litigated. This is just kind of a report. And then we got 3 technicians and a real quick off-site order entry request. So it should, knock on wood, be a short afternoon.
Yeah, 1 o'clock is fine.
Perfect. Thank you.
This is inspiring.
Thank you. Okay, it's 1 p.m. Just about everyone back.
Well, it's a beautiful day over here. How about where y'all are?
Oh yeah, it's gorgeous.
The lake in front looks like glass.
Mm.
It got quite a bit cooler after that little storm.
Oh, it did.
Really did. That's why I waited on my tomatoes.
Oh, you didn't plant everything on Friday?
No, I did
Okay.
last year, and I had to cover them twice, and it was a pain.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna wait. I may do it this weekend,
Okay.
but I mean,
The
I
rule
did
around here is wait till after April 15th.
Yeah.
Good Friday's always
yeah.
been our thumb, but I planted like, that freeze killed so much.
It did.
Stuff that I'd had for years.
Yeah, they're forever, yeah. I got to see how much lantana I'm gonna have to come back. I have that for my butterflies.
I've had some stuff come out in green and then die.
Uh-oh. Okay, is everyone ready to go? Do we have everyone back? Dr. Richmond.
Almost, and Dr. McCready is getting on right now.
Okay. There he is. Let's speak his name and he pops up there.
Only if you say it 3 times.
Okay.
Like Mr. Clean.
So we got one more door I need to close.
Yeah, I think that we're ready to start back.
Okay.
I think we can just kick directly to Luke for our 1 o'clock.
And I'll just give a real brief. I know most of the board members are still familiar with this. This is Kyle Wheelis. A couple of years ago, had some issues. We ended up being, there was some allegations, and he'd made some statements about some alcohol and drug use. He had, at that point, he was also seeing a psychiatrist and seeing Dr. Stewart, who is also present. And there was a diagnosis of some psychosis with psychosis episodes that he was having. That was in February. The board meeting or board hearing was in February of 2020. He was I believe, a 3rd year or about getting ready to go into maybe his 3rd or 4th year at pharmacy school. He did withdraw that semester, and so his intern license was automatically going inactive. In February 2020, the board did not reinstate his intern license at that time. They wanted to see some more time go by. He did appear in front of the board in February of 2021. He was told Dr. Stewart was there. He is also represented by counsel, Mr. Michael Muskelly. Am I saying that right? Skelly? Okay. Michael Muskelly, who has represented him through all of these board hearings and through all of these issues. When he was here in February, he was told to get a psychiatric evaluation, and we do have Dr. Thapa here from UAMS from the psychiatry department. He is also, Dr. Thapa is also involved with the wellness program there at UAMS, and I have included Dr. Thapa's report. Y'all have a copy of that. included in your documents. It is about, I'm looking at it now, it's about a 3.5-page report. But Mr. Muskelly and I asked Dr. Thapa to be here to answer any questions, or maybe just briefly kind of go through the evaluation that he did and his findings. And if you look at the last page of Dr. Thapa's report, he does have a recommendation listed there. So at this time, I'll just turn it over, Mr. Muskelly. I will just turn it over to you. And if you want Dr. Thapa, however you want to do to go through this evaluation is fine.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Like you said, the last time we appeared in front of the board for a hearing, the board ordered Kyle to undergo an additional evaluation with Dr. Thapa. He did that, and Dr. Thapa has produced a report, like Mr. Daniel was just saying. And I would just like to put Dr. Thapa on as a witness at this point, and he can talk about his findings, his evaluation, and his recommendation, and the board can ask him questions. We also have Kyle Wheelis present, as well as Dr. Gary Stewart, who is his primary care physician, so they're also available for the board to ask any questions that the board has.
And I have no issue, and I know sometimes we go through, somebody's credentials or whatever. Dr. Thapa, I think a lot of people are familiar with him, have no issue. I don't think there's any issue that he's an expert in psychiatric medicine, so we have no issue there. Dr. Thapa, if you just want to go through your report, we'll be glad to hear anything you want to say.
Sure. I won't take up too much of your time. Basically, at your request, and given the fact that Kyle would, hopefully, if he's granted his intern license back to the College of Pharmacy, since I'm the director of student wellness program, I take care of students from all the colleges. So I agreed to the evaluation, and I met with Kyle in person a couple of weeks ago, and I've also got access to all the records that Mr. Muskelly sent me. I talked with Dr. Stewart, as well as Kyle's mother and girlfriend as well. And I mentioned briefly in my report that in April, about 4 or 5 days before Kyle had gone to Palmetto at the request of Dr. Lenita White, he had come to see me briefly, and at that time, there was some evidence of psychosis. But anyways, the details are in my report. So the first thing is, at this time, Kyle is clinically stable and without any evidence of psychosis or mood symptoms that would prevent him from working in a healthcare setting. So I am very, very comfortable clinically, in my opinion, of that. He underwent a very unusual, almost a year-long episode of psychosis. And as I mentioned in my report, again, the report is not meant to be exhaustive, but kind of highlight, some of the symptoms, his presentation, and, what his diagnosis is. And it was characterized by, a fair amount of delusions, persecutory paranoid that people are out to get him, hyper-religious delusional themes of having special communication with God, auditory hallucinations, as well as tactile hallucinations. And basically, he also had, fairly significant mood symptoms, but we're not clear again, more in the manic area where he had increased goal-directed activities of, doing certain things all of a sudden and just continuing to focus on doing that. Also some grandiosity, as well as some, reckless kind of activities, periods of euphoria. And most importantly, when somebody gets into a psychotic state, the first faculty that gets affected is their sense of judgment and insight. And so for a long time, despite all the efforts, by his family and loved ones and Dr. Stewart, he refused treatment. He didn't feel that he needed to, and that culminated in that motor vehicular accident, which resulted in his being at Bridgeway. And even following that, he was not acknowledging treatment. And then finally, Dr. Stewart was able to convince him to get a shot of Prolixin, which is flufenazine. And this is one of our old antipsychotics, but it can certainly be very effective. And this was sometime in August of 2019. And, he got several of those shots, and then Dr. Stewart put him on a low dose of Seroquel. And following this treatment, his symptoms all resolved, and he's been in remission for over a year, almost 14 months. And when I was talking with Kyle, I found him to be very open, forthcoming, a reliable historian, and he was telling me, he was able to explain, actually I was quite impressed with a lot of details of all the different stuff, that had gone on. And again, most of it was corroborated with the records as well, all of that. So he's had an excellent remission. He's clinically stable now. And what is different now compared to 1.5, 2 years ago is, number one, he has some insight right now. And he recognizes that, if he were to ever go into this state, that he can get treatment, that he will accept treatment. To that end, he has given the power of attorney to his mother in case, he reaches that state, so that he gets his treatment. And got a good support network, his girlfriend, mother, and Dr. Stewart, who knows him well, has been treating him since he was a child for many, many years. We're all on the same page. And more importantly, since he's going to be at the student wellness, he will follow with me regularly. And the advantage of that is, since my work is focused primarily on taking care of students, residents, and faculty, I am accessible and easily available, whereas trying to find somebody in the community, some psychiatrist who can see him at short notice, and all of that is different. And more importantly, he's in treatment. So the question is there a risk that these symptoms may recur? And the short answer to that is yes, there is a risk. And it is, we can't really quantify that risk because Kyle's case is a little unusual and atypical. The fact that he's in treatment, the fact that he's been in complete remission and at baseline, normally individuals who go through these kind of episodes, may do better or well, but it's very hard for them to kind of come back to their baseline, if you will. So I think things are different. And so we'll be able to help him if he has a risk. Now, the factors that could increase the risk is the fact that he does have a family history. There's a first cousin who is dealing with a similar kind of experience. And also the fact that now that he's going back into an academic, fairly stressful environment, or he may get exposed to other unexpected stressors. So these are some risk factors. But the protective mitigating factors is that he has demonstrated, one, again, excellent response and prolonged remission. He's got a great support network. He's allowed his mother to have power of attorney, and he's going to be followed by me regularly as long as he's in the program. And in terms of what diagnosis, the closest, he's clearly experienced an episode of a schizophrenia spectrum disorder according to DSM-5. It could be schizophrenia, first episode, full remission, or it could be schizoaffective disorder, first episode, full remission, because of the fact that he had mood symptoms. the problem in DSM is trying to tease apart the duration of the mood symptoms concurrent with psychotic symptoms can be tricky. So the best diagnosis at this point, and this is a mouthful with DSM-5, which is specified schizophrenia syndrome and other psychotic disorders. Basically in DSM-4, that would be psychotic disorder NOS. So that would be the diagnosis I would, use for him right now. And yes, this was a serious episode, but really glad that he's responded so well. The big issue, I know that the main reason he had come in front of the board was because of his, the report and his self-report of alcohol and marijuana use, and he was evaluated at Palmetto, and Palmetto said that. And I'm not going to go into, details of that. It's in my report. And the main thing is, regardless, given the experience that Kyle went through, I would, strongly recommend that he continue to abstain from alcohol and drugs. And basically, that's kind of the summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions or anything else that you may want to know.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions of Dr. Thapa? Mr. Daniel?
Just very quickly, is he still, currently taking any type of medication for this disorder?
Yes, he's taking quetiapine, which is Seroquel. This is a serotonin dopamine antagonist. It's it's commonly called an antipsychotic, but it's also called, the proper term would be serotonin dopamine antagonist, but it's also a mood stabilizer. And many of you are pharmacists, so you would know that. So that's what he's taking. Although the dose is, pretty low, but given his current clinical presentation and remission for this time, I would not want to change anything right now, but I've told him that he should continue that, and we're going to monitor regularly. And if we need to make adjustments, we will be very proactive about it.
And he has agreed. He hasn't had any issues with continuing to take that.
No, he hasn't.
I just knew there were some, and you touched on it a little bit. I know earlier on there were some issues about him being very non-compliant with medication, but that's not an issue anymore.
No, it's not an issue anymore. That was when you were still in that psychotic state, in the beginning, during that time. And again, as I said, unlike when people become depressed or anxious, or if you have a medical problem, severe pain on your knee or abdomen, what happens is your insight and judgment will say, okay, I need to get help to fix this, right? But when somebody is experiencing psychosis, the first faculty that will go is your insight and judgment. So the more sicker, more psychotic you become, the more you feel like there's nothing wrong with me. And so treating becomes a big challenge. And that's what Kyle was going through. And it was not because the family and his loved ones didn't try. They really, really tried. And, he may take a pill a day or two, and then he would just quit taking it. And so, but once he finally started taking the treatment, got the shot, and his psychosis resolved, he has recognized, the importance of his treatment and medication. And so I am, comfortable that he will be adherent. Now, again, having dealt with, this kind of patients in the past, there's always the potential challenge that should Kyle ever have symptoms again, starting with psychosis or paranoid delusions initially, there is a possibility that he might say, nope, I don't want to take it. But again, the situation is different because he is going to be under the order of the board to say you have to comply with treatment and recommendation. We have power of attorney, and we have treatment options that are parenteral, that even if he's not taking it orally, he can get injectable, he can get Depo. So there are treatment options. And plus, Kyle will recognize that if he doesn't agree to treatment or doesn't follow, and if he's becoming symptomatic, then he won't be able to continue in the program. And at this point, Kyle has been very, very open and saying that this is what I really want to do. I want to complete this program. I want to continue this career, and I am willing to do, whatever you guys ask me to do, any recommendation, other things to follow so that I can, pursue my career.
And there would be, and if the board gets to the point where they want to reinstate his license, we would ask him to sign some type of medical release. And so if that happens, if there's some time in the future where he's not cooperative with your recommendations or not wanting to take his medicine, would you have any issue reporting that to the board if the proper paperwork was in place?
Yes, this is something I talked with Dr. White. I don't feel comfortable being in that kind of a position, being both the treating physician as well as, trying to be his monitor. I don't personally care for that, but I do believe I cannot think of any other way besides me saying, I'm not going to take care of you, let somebody else do, and then it becomes their issue. I'm willing to support Kyle and follow and treat him. And if there are problems, but if he's willing to, follow the treatment and all, you'll be fine. But if it reaches a point where it's going to pose a problem, and we have to remember that it's from the board's perspective, as well as the College of Pharmacists' perspective, we have to be aware of, patient risk if he's not stable, for example, right? And so if it ever comes to that point, then we will have to take action and we'll have to let the board know. And so again, these are conditions that, the board will, establish.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any further questions for Dr. Thapa? Thank you, sir. Cal, how are you doing?
I'm well. How are you doing?
Doing good. You want to tell us a little bit about how your life is at this point?
Yeah, sure. Right now I'm tutoring at Gideon. I tutor some calculus and some chemistry online, and sometimes I go on campus. I do that about 20 to 30 hours a week right now. I live with my girlfriend. She's in pharmacy school. She graduates in May. She's very familiar with my personality. She instantly knew I was sick the first time I was sick, and she was trying to get help the whole time. So if anything happened, she would have instantly noticed that something was wrong, and she would contact whoever she needed to contact. But I feel completely back to normal, like baseline, like Dr. Thapa was saying. But yeah, I feel ready and good to go to start wherever you guys would like me to start.
Okay, does anyone have any questions of Cal besides myself? Okay, thank you. Dr. Stewart, did you have any input today? Okay, you're muted.
I think you're muted, Dr. Stewart.
There we go. Yeah, I would just mirror what Dr. Thapa had to say. And the only thing that I would add is that Kyle's a very strong support system. He's very close to his family. He's not one of these young men that is out there on his own without good quality people around him to keep and monitor him and keep an eye on him. I think everybody knows what to look for and knows what to do in the event that he starts to change and maybe turn again. So I'm very comfortable with the progress that he's made over the last year, and would encourage the board to consider strongly reinstating him and letting him return back to his studies.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does any board members have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Mack. Okay, you're muted. There you go.
Okay. I can't remember exactly, but did the school say if we give him the ability to get his intern license, I guess, they would let him back in, or where were we standing with the school?
We would be, the motion would be that he can, his intern you make the motion that his intern license can be reinstated when he is accepted to an accredited college of pharmacy. We kind of had a similar deal with somebody from Harding not too long ago. So, and then it would be up to the school to decide, I'm not sure what year he was in, but it would be up to the school to decide if there would need to be any type of remediation, going back and retaking some classes or whatever the case may be. That would be all up to the school to decide. But this is just whether or not we would allow him an intern license if he was to be readmitted. I mean, that license will not be active until the board receives a letter of either readmittance to UAMS or, admittance to another pharmacy school. I understand that his intent to go, is to go back to UAMS, but that being said, it would be up to the school at that point to decide how and when to take him back and under what circumstances. And I would ask that if the board sees fit today to grant him that request, that the conditions on that be that he sign a medical release allowing the board access to his medical records at UAMS in case there is some type of issue that the board can look at. And also on the last page of Dr. Tapa's report, where it says recommendations, the first one is just kind of, stating he is clinically stable. We would ask that Dr. Tapa's recommendations under 2 and 3 also be a condition of granting his approval to return, and that would be regular meeting with Dr. Tapa of the UAMS Student Wellness Program and adherence to his treatment recommendations. Would also add adherence to other doctors' treatment recommendations. I realize he's probably still seeing Dr. Stewart also. So we just ask that, he follow any and all recommendations from treating physicians or counselors, whatever the case may be. And also number 3, that he abstain from any alcohol or substance use.
Do we answer your questions, Dr. Mack? Okay, anyone else? Dr. Jolly?
This may be getting the cart ahead of the horse a little bit, but I want to go ahead and ask. He'll be engaged with Dr. Tapa in the student wellness program while he's in school, but if we were to grant him back his intern license and he completed requirements for graduation and became a licensed pharmacist, would we at that time recommend any type of routine monitoring, or is that something we need to consider now? And I guess I would also ask Dr. Tapa long term, would just regular follow-up with his PCP, be acceptable, or does he need to have some type of engagement with a psychiatrist long term for monitoring? What would we be looking at after he's out of pharmacy school and he's no longer engaged in a student wellness program, I guess is what I'm asking.
So I strongly believe, given what he has gone through, that it would be best for him after he graduates, completes the program, to follow up with a psychiatrist who can monitor him. And it'll also depend where he's going to end up, practicing. And if he's in the local area, Dr. Stewart knows him really well, and Dr. Stewart will be involved in some of his care. But I would feel that having a psychiatrist would be important, and that he continue to follow up. Now, from the board's perspective, how the board would want to do or how long they want to follow. Unfortunately, I'm not familiar with that, and I think it's more the prerogative of the board, how long they want to follow. But for me, from a clinical perspective, I think that, it would be important for Kyle to follow up, for, even after he graduates for a little while longer. I mean, the good news is he's had one episode and he's responded really well. He's been in remission. So there is a pretty good chance that he may not have a recurrence. And as I mentioned, there is a risk, but in his case, he might be able to go through life with, some treatment and monitoring without any full-blown recurrence. But, that's not something that we can guarantee.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Appreciate it.
And we could also, Dr. Jolly, we could also make a condition or, whatever, that he return to the board prior to receiving a PD license. And that way the board can make that decision then based on what's happened over the next however long he's in. And I believe your intern license is good for 6 months after you graduate. So, I mean, he would have time, he'll have to take his test and do other things. So we can make that a recommendation that, whenever that be, whether it's in the next year or 2 years, that'll all depend on kind of what the College of Pharmacy decides he needs to do with coursework wise. But we could always make it where he has to return prior to that. And then, the board could kind of, see what the next step would be at that time.
Okay.
Mr. Muskelly, do you have anything else? I didn't want to leave you out if you had something that hasn't been brought up or mentioned or.
I do not. I mainly just wanted to for Dr. Tapa to have the opportunity to lay out his findings today. I don't have any further questions for him. No.
Thank you.
Okay, any more comments by board members? Are you ready to entertain a motion as to what to do?
I would propose a motion that we allow him to, I don't know, Mr. Daniel, help me out here a little bit on the wording, but make him eligible for his reinstatement of his intern license pending, I guess, acceptance from a College of Pharmacy. I don't know if it has to go back through an admissions committee or what, but I would make that motion and also include with that the recommendations that Mr. Daniel made earlier in terms of requirements for the board.
And those just to, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to tack on to the end of that. Also what we discussed just a few seconds ago about reappearing before the board upon completion of graduation or eligibility for licensure to decide then what we might want to do moving forward.
Okay, and just to get on the record, those recommendations or the ones we discussed was a medical release that he would sign and allow the board to see medical records from UAMS. That would include, the wellness program in case there are any issues at a later date. And also the recommendations on recommendations 2 and 3 from Dr. Thapa's report, which is a regular meeting with Dr. Thapa, UAMS student wellness program, and adherence to his treatment recommendations, and also adherence to treatment recommendations from any treating medical personnel, if that's Dr. Stewart or if that's, if he has to go to the ER for whatever reason, or just want to cover that all on a broad basis. And also to return to the board prior to receiving a PD license, just to see. And, I know Dr. Thapa kind of made the recommendation today that, he would recommend that, he continue to see somebody after that. So like I said, we could just put it down where return to the board prior to receiving a PD license. And yes, that's Dr. Jolly, that all sounded well. The only thing I would add to your motion was, and I know it's not going to be an issue, but just so it's on the paperwork, is to an accredited College of Pharmacy, but that's not going to be an issue with him going back to UMS. But just, I would add that with those recommendations.
So amended.
Okay, do I get a second?
So quick question. Sorry.
Okay, let me get a second. Doug, have a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
Okay. Now, questions?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you. So with Dr. Jolly's motion, this might, now I'm going to word it a little different way, maybe, but his internship is linked to his continued participation with Dr. Tapa and Dr. Stewart until he gets to where he can be licensed, graduate and licensed. And then when he's licensed, he comes before the State Board of Pharmacy for further monitoring.
Further instructions or recommendations, however you want to. Yeah.
That's it.
I just think it would be better to see, I mean, in a year to 2 years, the progress instead of making a recommendation now that honestly might not be applicable in a year or two. So
I think that's good counsel.
Okay. Any other discussion?
I have one thing. I'm assuming that asking him to come back after he graduates as a candidate for licensure, that the intent of that is to assess like any ongoing like monitoring or medical treatment that we might think is appropriate at that time, not whether or not he would be a candidate for licensure. Because I would hate for us to reinstate his intern license and he goes back to school and then we're like, oh, just kidding.
correct,
that would be
correct. I
horrible
mean,
and
as long as
unfair.
there's no more
Okay.
issues here, I mean, the board has said these past issues, we will reinstate your license. So as long as there's nothing else between now and then, I mean, issue wise that the board might have some type of concern about. I mean, the board has said today, well, I mean, I guess getting ready to vote, but if that vote goes through, the board has said today that we see him, I mean, we will give him an intern license. So if you're gonna give him an intern license, I don't see that there would be an issue. It would just be, what's the recommendation on moving forward with, treatment services? Because, once he's.
And I
once he-
assumed
Go
I
ahead.
assumed that was the case, but I wanted that to be clear to Mr. Wheelis as well as to his attorney.
Yeah, because once he's through with the college, I mean, he's out of that program. So there would need to be, just be looked in to see what steps he needs to take for continued treatment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to clarify that. Thank you for bringing that up. My recommendation was more based around, when he is licensed, he will be able to practice alone, unsupervised. And do we want to, as a board, look at the recommendations for continued monitoring? So thanks for clarifying that.
Okay. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor of the motion signify by raising your hands. Okay. Any nays? Raise your hand. Okay, the motion passes.
Mr. Muscoli, I will put all this in writing and get it to you. We will, as far as the recommendations go, the two things we will need in our hand are some type of letter from UAMS saying that he's been readmitted. And I guess if one of UAMS's medical release waiver forms, just stating that the Board of Pharmacy has access to his medical records. Everything else are just recommendations that he'll have to abide by on his own, his recommendations for Dr. Tapa and returning to the board. So once we have that letter and a release, his intern license will be reinstated. But I'll get all this in writing and send it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tapa and Dr. Stewart. Thank y'all for being here today. Dr. Tapa, you had something else?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
This is just broadly, since I've been working with, the different colleges, College of Pharmacy and all, my understanding is that for a student, after their first semester, they have to have an internship license to continue into the program. So for Kyle to be considered for readmission now, my understanding, speaking with the deans, is that he needs to have his internship license before.
Well, I mean, we've had this issue in the past, and what the school does is they'll send us a letter stating we will readmit him. And so then we issue the license, then they officially readmit him. So yeah, it's kind of a horse before the cart deal, but yeah, I mean, we've had the issue, like I said, they'll just send us a letter stating, yes, we will readmit him. So then we'll issue it. And so, yeah, it's kind of a weird scenario. I get your, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad about that. Yeah, because I don't want this to be then hanging and then, the college pharmacy saying, well, we're waiting for them and, kind of back. But it sounds like this is not a big issue if they admit him.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I understand.
That clarified.
Just to make sure I understand, Mr. Daniel, you're going to send me a letter that contains the board's decision from today.
Yes.
Which I will then be able to forward to UAMS saying, based on this, we request that you guys readmit Kyle, right?
Yes, and I will actually, when I send it to you, I'll copy Dr. White on it.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, and Cal, did you have your hand up?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that Dr. White was wanting me to email her with like a letter from the board, but that's what Mr. Muskelly.
I'll copy her on it when I send it to Mr. Muskelly. I'll copy Dr. White on it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for being here today, Dr. Thapa, Dr. Stewart. Thanks for your insight today. Mr. Muskelly, good to see you again. Kyle, good luck to you.
Good
Thank
luck.
you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
We have, let's see, Enzo, are you there? He was the first one on. We can get him called up.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and how do you pronounce your last name?
Cervellin?
Cervellin. Okay, perfect. Yes. Thank you. John, we've also got, let's see Tony on there also. So we've got two of our three. Ms. Hobson, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Curley, if you want to go, we'll get you up, called up in just a few minutes, but if y'all will both listen, Dr. Curley's will kind of tell you kind of how the process works today. And I'm sorry, I see somebody's iPhone. Is that from Surgical Hospital? Got you
You're muted.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah. You're from Arkansas Surgical Hospital?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. We got a couple of quick things to finish up and then we'll get you on.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm John Kirtley. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy, and I'm going to tell you who you're speaking with on screen today, as well as a couple of procedural issues about this process. First of all, on the staff side, you have myself, Mr. Luke Daniel, who's our legal counsel. Looking across my screen, we also have Dr. Brenda McCready, who is our assistant director, and Ms. Jennifer Bergen, who is our all things IT, making sure that our Zoom continues to work, and it's also going out on YouTube for the public access to the meeting. The other people you'll see on screen are actually pharmacist board members of the Board of Pharmacy. Dr. Lenore Newsom, who is our president and also the chair of this committee, Dr. Becca Mitchell, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Rodney Richmond, and Dr. Debbie Mack. In this process, for those of you, if it's an application of some sort, the board members are going to have a copy of the application that's been made available to them today, which is the same information you have and the same information we have on staff. I'll turn it over to our legal counsel just to present any concerns that there were with the background check or the application itself. And that will give the chance for the board to discuss with you and with staff about the application. In this process, one of the most interesting or most important things is the fact that whatever decision the board members suggest at the end of this meeting with you is you can either agree or disagree with it. If you like it, you agree with it, we just go forth with whatever the board has instructed us to do. If you do not agree, if it's an initial application, it gives you the choice to either say, I would like to have a hearing before the full board at a later date. Full hearing is all 8 board members, a hearing officer, a court reporter. We swear everyone in as witnesses, and it's a little bit more formal process in this discussion. Or you could conversely say, you know what, I'm not going to worry about this anymore and just walk away. So I'd ask all of you, do any of you have any questions about how this process works?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, so without any question this time, the other thing I'll point out is if you do have a question about something that is happening during this, or if you need some clarification, by all means, if you need to tell us something, wave your hands, get our attention on screen, because we want to be sure that you have that opportunity, and you will have opportunities to speak with the board members also. With that, I'm going to pass it back to Mr. Daniel.
Perfect. And we've got Enzo Cervelian. This is a pharmacy technician application. He did disclose on his application that some criminal history would come back. He has, and I'm looking at the summary sheet of board members that you've been provided. In 2007, he has a DWI and a minor in possession conviction with a BEC of 09. In 2008, he had another DWI conviction with a BEC of 09. In 2012, he had a third DWI conviction. These were all out of Northwest Arkansas. I believe the first two were out of Fayetteville, and the second one was out of Springdale. And I mean, I realize, I mean, these are 9 years old, but there were three kind of back to back in about a 4-year period there. So we did ask him appear today to kind of address this, to address these DWIs and maybe his alcohol use. So Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing good. You want to tell us about these DWI incidences, please?
Yes. Well, during the time I was about 18, just out of high school, and I was just hanging out with the wrong people. I had moved to Arkansas, I think, when I was in 2006, and we didn't have much family here. I mean, I was just, you know, going to school and meeting friends, and I was just hanging out with the wrong people at the time. I was, you know, going through some stuff with my brother's health as well, and I just didn't know how to cope with it. But I feel like I've been able to get through it, and I feel a lot better now than I did before.
Okay, so what are you doing now?
I work at a Walmart Central Field location. I work in the shipping department, and we're basically loading up boxes to ship them to the pharmacies at the Walmart stores, and then they can, you know, give those to their patients.
Okay, so why do you want to be a technician?
I think it's an interesting career choice. I think I've been in logistics for the past 5 years, and I just want to try something different. And I've been working here for 8 months now, and I just want to see what opportunities come from that.
Okay, have you talked to anyone in pharmacy with Walmart?
Just my current manager. She's the pharmacist in charge, and she's actually the one that recommended that I try to pursue my technician license.
Okay, so she's aware of all of this, and why are you
Yes.
here with us today?
Yes.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions of this gentleman? Mr. Daniel?
So is your intention, you're going to stay there at the central field? Is that what your intention is if you get this pharmacy technician license?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Newsom.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, are you ready to entertain a motion then? Dr. Krause?
I'll make a motion. We allow this young man to get his pharmacy tech license.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Raise your hands. Okay, any nays? The motion passes. Thank you and good luck with your career in pharmacy. And
Thank you all.
Daniel's gonna tell you something.
This will be processed in the next couple of days, so you should receive your license in the mail sometime probably first or middle of next week. And that Sweetwater Drive, is that still a good mailing address?
Yes, that's correct.
We'll get it mailed out, and like I said, you should have it by next week. And as soon as you get it, you can start working as a technician.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next, we have Ms. Hobson, who was on here earlier. If you will unmute yourself. Okay. Do you have any questions about anything Dr. Kirtley talked about the process or anything from earlier?
No, sir.
This is a let's see. This is a pharmacy technician registration, and I realize and I apologize to the board members, on your summary sheet, it says a pharmacist reinstatement. That's just I accidentally clicked the wrong box. So this is a pharmacy technician registration. She did mark yes on her application that she would have some criminal history come back. In 2019, she was arrested for a felony theft by receiving of a firearm. She was driving a vehicle that was stopped by the police. The vehicle smelled like marijuana, and she admitted to the officer that there was a gun under the seat. Marijuana was also found in the passenger door, and drug paraphernalia was found in the center console. The gun charge was dismissed. The passenger in a vehicle was a male subject, and he actually pleaded guilty to possessing the gun. So that charge was actually dismissed. I couldn't find any disposition on what happened to the drug, or if there were any drug charges, or what happened to the drugs in the vehicle. So I'm not exactly sure where that was. And she also made a statement in her personal statement is attached, and she stated in there that she had no knowledge of the gun being in the car until that point. But in the police report, she told the officer that there was a gun under the seat. So I'm not exactly sure where what the true story was on that. But Dr. Newsom, I'll turn it back over to you. But like I said, in 2019 does have that gun arrest. It was dismissed, but there was also drugs, marijuana, and paraphernalia found in the vehicle.
Okay. How are you doing today, Ms. Hobson?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. You want to tell us about what happened back in 2019?
Yes, ma'am. About the gun being in the car, there was a typo. I did know about the gun being in the car. That's why I admitted to it. But I was driving into Arkansas from Tennessee. I was in a rental car, and the tags were expired. I informed the rental car service that the tags were expired, but they told me there was nothing that I needed to worry about. That was the reason why I got stopped. Everything in the car, it wasn't mine. The other suspect that was with me, he had all the charges.
But you were aware that both drugs were in the car and the firearm?
No, ma'am, not the drugs, just the firearm. He
Okay,
had the drugs
on him. Okay.
They were in his possession.
Oh. Okay. Mr. Daniel?
Who was the person in the car? What's the relationship to you?
He's my child's father.
So I mean, how long have you known him at that time?
That was 2019, for 2 years.
Okay. So I guess, were y'all smoking? I mean, where were you going? You were driving from Tennessee to Arkansas. Were y'all living down here, or what was were y'all living together then?
He has family over here.
Okay, so y'all were together then?
Yes, sir.
So you obviously knew that he used marijuana?
Yes, sir.
I mean, were y'all using it together?
No, I didn't. I was pregnant at the time.
Well, had you ever used marijuana? Had y'all ever used marijuana together?
No.
Have you ever used it, period?
No.
So you lived with somebody and were with somebody that smoked marijuana, but you never did?
We weren't living together the whole 2 years that prior to me knowing him.
Okay, so, but that didn't really answer my question. So you were with him and were living with him at some point, but y'all were never, you never smoked marijuana with him?
No, sir.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. News.
All right, does any other board members have questions for this candidate? What are you currently doing?
I work at Walgreens.
Okay, which location?
1800 North Missouri Street in West Memphis, Arkansas.
Okay, so you were and still is a resident of Arkansas?
I just recently moved over here.
You just recently moved to Arkansas?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
How long have you been here?
Since December 5th.
Okay.
And I started in
Why did you
January.
move to Arkansas?
For a better job. I had a job offer at Walgreens. I heard they were hiring, so I was trying to get somewhere close.
Okay. But do you have family in West Memphis?
No, ma'am, I don't have any family in West Memphis. My family is in Memphis.
In Memphis, okay.
What's your current relationship with your child's father?
We're still together.
Does he still smoke marijuana?
No, ma'am.
And what about the firearms? Does he still have any stuff like that around him?
No, ma'am.
So any board member questions? So what are y'all thinking? Dr. Kraus?
I don't have any problem with her getting a pharmacy tech license.
I'm torn. I have pause, but her story seems plausible. I have concern. Really, my pause is that her statement, I don't know how you could make that just a typo. I think she's trying to make the statement look better than the situation actually was. But I hate to deny her the ability to work. So I would be in favor of giving her a permit.
Thank you.
I'm just a little nervous about it.
And you realize you can't be around marijuana because
of course
you may test positive.
Okay. So Dr. Kraus, was yours a motion? And
sure.
Dr. Mitchell a second? And if,
yes,
okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by a raised hand. Any nays by a raised hand? The motion passes. Okay, you're gonna be given your chance. Don't mess that up.
Yes, ma'am.
Because you've got a career that you can have for a long time. And also with a company where you can move on and have some longevity there. So it's just according to, what you want to do and what you want to make of it. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Ms. Hobson, this will be processed in the next couple of days. You should get it in the mail no later than next week. And you can start working as a technician as soon as you receive your permit.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
We have one that's not here. His, let me double check his letter. Okay, yeah, it was, okay. It's Cornelio, I guess it's Picasso. He did, this is an application, PT application. He did disclose he would have some criminal history. In 2018, he had a public intoxication. He was so intoxicated that he was attempting to enter the wrong apartment, and the person in the apartment called the police, and they showed up, and he was intoxicated, so he was arrested. In 2020, he had a DWI conviction with a BAC of 0.16, which is exactly double the legal limit at this time. It's based on the fact that those are so recent, and he's not here today to tell us any facts or anything else about him. We would ask that his application be denied.
So move.
Second.
Okay, a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Or hand raised hand. Any nays? The motion passes.
We have one more thing on our agenda for this afternoon. Ms. Tao, is that how you pronounce your last name? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted.
Yes, towel,
Ms.
just
Tao,
like
okay,
beef
we have-
towel with an extra L. Yeah.
Perfect. We have Deborah Tao from the Arkansas Surgical Hospital, and this is a request, just an offsite order entry request using Pipeline RX. So I will just, and I have included board members. You have the documentation that Ms. Tao sent. It's in your binder there under Arkansas Surgical Hospital, and there's several documents there, but they're pretty specifically named about what they are. So I'll just turn it over to her and she can walk us through what they want to do. So Ms. Tao, go ahead.
Okay. We would like to employ this contract pharmacist service after hours to comply with the CMS regulations for review and verification of pharmacy orders after hours.
And what are your hours right now? And what would be the hours, being used? And is it going to, weekends? Just kind of walk through a little bit of how that's going to work.
Our current hours are 0700 to 1800 Monday through Friday. We do flex that evening shift to accommodate workload, and we are off on Saturday and Sunday and most holidays.
Okay. So you don't have anybody after 7 o'clock? I'm sorry, after 6 o'clock?
Just the on-call.
On-call, okay.
Pharmacist, yes. We did change our schedule in the draft. You can see that we want to start our hours at 0600 due to the number of orders occurring in that time period from 06 to 07. I did an audit for 6 months to measure those. So we backed up our day shift until 06, and then we are ending an hour earlier as well. But we have pharmacist call coverage all the time.
So yeah, I guess a lot of the doctors plan early surgeries out there, don't they? Especially, yeah. And this is this is with Pipeline RX, and they've been approved previously, I think, numerous times. There are numerous other people that use them. So
yeah, we don't have any staff problems with it. It matches, similar requests. I think it was, very smart of them to do their audit and realize, knowing how early they're having to prep for surgery, that 6 to 5 is probably a better mix for them anyway.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? We have a motion. Okay, Dr. Jolly was a question. Or did you make the motion?
I was going to make a motion that we approve their request.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye or raising your hand.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And Ms. Towle, I'll just get you a letter. I'll just email it to you, and in the next tomorrow or by the first of the week, just stating it was approved, just so you'll have something in writing. But y'all are free to start using that at any time.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all I have, unless John or Brenda or board members have anything else they want to discuss. That's all I have set on the schedule.
And on John's evaluation, any information from board members, just get it to me or give me a call, either way. And did anybody else have anything else to discuss?
And right now, don't forget a full board meeting. It's just hearings, April 28th. I'll get the time out. It looks like we may have to start around 8 because we've got one that's going to take several hours, and it's scheduled first thing in the morning. And then we've got a few minor, or I say minor, should be short issues that afternoon, but I'll get a time and everything out. We've got, like I said, and that'll be virtual again. So we've got court reporter and everybody lined up that we need, but don't forget that's on 28th. And then I'll send out an email with all the other dates on it that y'all talked about today or this week.
Okay.
And I would also just ask that if you printed anything off of the last 3 days, just ask that you destroy that. Not that, there may be a possibility that one of these issues or a denial or something has to come back to a full board hearing at some point. So I would just ask, I've already deleted the 6th and the 7th, and I'm getting ready to delete the 8th out of the Dropbox. But we just ask if y'all printed anything to destroy it. And if you, I know sometimes it's easier if you just download it on your computer as opposed to going back. Just ask that you delete those items.
Okay, Dr. Kirtley.
Who did you want me to send as our delegate for NABP for voting?
Okay, who else attending? Maybe by show of hands. Okay. So it looks like it's gonna be Becca, right?
I figure it's gonna be,
All right.
you or Becca or Debbie.
Okay.
I don't know, Debbie might want to vote for herself.
Yeah. think I can trust Becca to vote for
Yeah.
me.
So Becca, you want to
I
do
like coffee and I like Girl Scout cookies.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
I'll be the delegate. I like medium rare steaks.
There you go.
Okay, okay. So what's the choice of the board?
You need a motion. You need a motion.
I think that I think that all the delegates, they have to be on for the roll call, and then the ballots are sent specifically to them.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
So Becca, you gonna be available? Okay.
Yeah, they won't if you don't show up exactly when they call out your name to vote, then we don't get to vote.
You don't get to vote.
Right.
So
It's
it's
kinda
kind of
crazy.
You have
it
to
was
be in
kind
your
of a
seat.
stressful thing. You had
Yeah.
to constantly be available.
Mm-hmm.
So in this motion, can we have a backup in case like
Well, yeah, we
Come
set
down
an
with
alternate generally as
something
well.
bug or something?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, generally John's alternate, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, but even the ones who are say you may not want to go, see if you can pop in for a while and see what it's all about. This would be our second time doing it virtual. But we got through last year. We did it in a day, but that wasn't enough time. So this year we're having 2 days. It's kind of interesting to see how everything runs, and it's virtual, so you can just sit down and take part.
It's funny because last year they're like, well, next year at the meeting, we're going to have a double award ceremony to get everybody. So I guess that maybe next year it's going to be a triple. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going to be something.
It's going to be a huge meeting. I remember one year the country had, it was just a cold winter, our last cold winter. And that meeting was held in Phoenix. And I think that was one of our largest meetings ever because everybody wanted some warmth and some sunshine on them.
Hey, can we do a vote one more, or just see who all was going to go to NABP? Because Lena's standing right here and she's got to pay registration. So I see Lenora.
When is it?
I see Debbie and
But
Rodney. Anybody
he
else?
should pick mine up though.
Yeah. But we're just trying to get a count, and then
Okay.
because the problem is when we do a hand raising, the people that are watching it on YouTube, it doesn't show that because all it's showing is the speaker. So that's why Lena was having a hard time. She couldn't see
gotcha.
who raised their hands because on YouTube it just focuses in on the one person speaking.
Just the speaker.
So you don't
Okay.
see everybody else. So just wanted to be sure. Okay, we've got everybody down now. Thank you.
So are Kraus and I the only ones not going? I kind of feel bad.
What's the deal?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
When is it?
May.
Is it 12th, 13th, or 13th, 14th? Somewhere in there.
13, 14.
That,
Y'all look at your schedules, and if either one of you want to go, just email Lena and she can get you registered.
And it's virtual?
Yes.
Yes. Mhm.
Usually we can only go to one meeting a year, but John said this year since it's virtual.
There's no
we haven't
meetings.
been anywhere that we could do it.
Yeah, we got the money to pay for registration for a virtual meeting.
And plus Debbie and I, we're running for office.
Yep.
If that happens, this will be the first time that 2 people from Arkansas will be on the executive committee at the same time. That's a very rare thing for any state to have 2 representatives on it.
Dr. Newsom, did that letter work for you?
It did.
Okay.
Okay.
You've got it
yeah,
then.
I'm going to type you back. I think I said verbally yesterday, but I'll type it back to you.
Yeah. If you need anything else, you let me know.
Well, thank you so much.
Guys, that's all I got.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
y'all.
it was a good 3 days.
It
Thank
was.
you.
We got a
all.
lot. We got a whole lot of stuff resolved, so that's
Mhm.
great. And we'll get, like I said, on the 28th, we'll knock out one of our big cases. It's kind of been sitting around and pending, and knock out a few more things. So thanks everybody, and we'll see everybody on the 28th.
Okay, sounds good.
We got pretty good at virtual.
And John, I'll probably hear you tomorrow because I'm certain that you're gonna be speaking about something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
They
Someone's
limit
gonna
my
call on
input.
you.